Good evening, everyone. It's a very happy crowd tonight. We are so happy to have you all here. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, November 18th, 17th. I now call this meeting, it is the 18th. Okay, thank you very much. I now call this meeting to order. Could you please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Hedges.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Here. We are excited to be here in person with options for those who choose not to be in person to participate virtually. There are several ways to participate. For those attending in person, please complete a yellow request to speak slip and give it to the city clerk. If participating remotely, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom and you will be called on at the appropriate time. If calling in via phone, please use *6 to raise your hand, and when called upon, please press *9 when called upon, and then press *6 to unmute. Thank you very much. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. We have 3 fantastic ceremonial items tonight, starting off with the I Voted Sticker Design Competition winners recognition. And I believe our Youth Activities Council is going to be making a presentation to us. Thank you all, and please do all introduce yourselves.
I'm Justin Wong.
I'm Andrew Huang.
I'm Jessica Rowe.
I'm Joshua Koo. I'm Tyler Sterry.
I'm Charlie Wong.
Welcome, all of you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of Generation Voters, an exciting initiative led by the Youth Activities Council. Generation Voters was designed to provide inspiring entry points for young, motivated individuals to be involved in our election process, understand voting mechanics, and learn about government advocacy. Our goal is to provide our next generation of voters with objective information so they can make informed decisions and possibly shape our future, both locally and nationally. This year, we organized the I Voted and Future Voter Sticker Design Competition, open to all youth community members in San Mateo. The competition invited students from ages 7 to 17 to submit designs that would encourage voter participation. We received a total of 34 fantastic entries, truly reflecting the creativity and enthusiasm for democracy our young artists have. The designs were judged by members of the Youth Activities Council, and 4 winners were selected across different age brackets. These winning designs were then printed and made available in voting locations across San Mateo, where they're enjoyed by voters. Tonight, I am thrilled to announce our winners. Starting off with Winona of age 16. Unfortunately, Winona cannot be with us tonight, but we'll make sure to send her a certificate honoring her wonderful contribution. Next, of age 8, we have Alex.
And just if our winners would like to come down to the dais as we announce your name, if you'd like to please come down.
Alex!
And for our next winner, we have Aries of age 8 and her brother Joaquin. And finally, of age 10, we have Maddie. Let's give one round of applause for all of these talented young artists. In closing, we hope that Winona, Alex, Aries, Joaquin, and Maddie will continue to stay engaged and grow to appreciate the importance of voting and democracy. Generation Voters believes that fostering this early interest and understanding our civic processes will empower them to become active, informed voters in the future. Thank you.
That's right. Now, on behalf of the City Council, I would like to share our congratulations to the winners. We are so excited to be with you tonight and so proud of all that you have accomplished. And we would love to share these certificates with you so that you can show the world how important it is to be involved and keep telling the world to vote. Okay, so I'll come on down and share this. Yes, please. Yeah. So our second ceremonial item is near and dear to my heart. It's the Mayor's Quarterly Hero Award, and it's in recognition of Pamela McCarthy Hudson. So let me first read why she is so deserving of this award, and then I'd love to invite Pam to come on down and say a few words, and then maybe we can have the Samaritan House gang for a picture. So tonight, we are honored to celebrate Pamela McCarthy Hudson as our quarterly Mayor's Hero Award, recognizing her extraordinary contributions to the San Mateo community. Pam has been a steadfast advocate and volunteer, dedicating her time and talent to organizations such as the San Mateo Foster City Schools, the Young Men's Service League, the Congregational Church of San Mateo, and Samaritan House. In 2011, Pam began her journey with Samaritan House, lending her hands and her heart to the Produce Harvest Giveaway. Starting as a volunteer distributing fresh fruits and vegetables to families in need, she quickly became the Produce Harvest Captain. With her leadership, volunteers not only understand the importance of their service, but also create an inclusive and respectful experience for clients, ensuring their needs are met with dignity and compassion. Pamela's unwavering dedication led her to join the Samaritan House Board in 2020, where she has been an invaluable asset ever since. From the Development Committee to the Gala Planning and Sponsorship Committees, and now as chair of the Governance and Nominating Committee, Pam continues to bring people together to support her neighbors in need. She firmly believes that everyone has something to give and works tirelessly to connect others and to opportunities to serve, strengthening our community and making it a more compassionate place for all. Samaritan House embodies the mission to fight poverty and uplift lives. And Pamela has been a key force in mobilizing the resources of our community to meet this vision. Together with a dedicated team of staff and volunteers and fellow board members, she has helped provide food, shelter, healthcare, and a broad range of essential services, preserving dignity, promoting self-sufficiency, and inspiring hope. Pamela McCarthy Hudson, your efforts have touched countless lives and made an indelible impact on San Mateo. On behalf of our city and on my behalf, we thank you for your passion, leadership, and unwavering commitment to lift up our community. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm honored and I'm humbled to receive this award. As a child growing up in Connecticut, my family instilled in me and my sisters the importance of being engaged and connected to the community. For us, growing up, it was through the Congregational Church of Stratford, which was established back in 1639. Church out here isn't that old. When my husband and I settled in San Mateo 25 years ago, we were looking for a similar community, and we found it here. So the produce harvest that you talked about with the food distribution, my good friend Patty Shue invited my son, Nick, he was only 10 at the time, to his first produce distribution. And that's where we give food to the clients each month, the clients of Samaritan House. So I joined Nick in his second or third month of volunteering. And Patty at the time was board president of Samaritan House, and she was looking for a new CEO. So I remember telling Patty, you know what, I'll recruit the kids and so that you have one less thing to think about. So 14 years later, I'm still recruiting kids. It's one of my favorite activities of Samaritan House. I like introducing kids and the parents to the organization, and I love watching the youth feel proud of what they're doing. They develop empathy and as well as a dedication to service. Most people know Samaritan House provides food, clothing, shelter, but not many people realize that we still have 200 cars every day going through the main facility and picking up groceries. Not many people realize that our small and mighty kitchen team of volunteers, led by Chef Ruby, provide about 1,200 hot meals every day to people in San Mateo County, up and down the county itself. A few other things that maybe people don't realize about Samaritan House is we operate 2 free clinics with 100% volunteer doctors. We provide free insulin to all patients in our clinics that have diabetes. We were the first nonprofit in California to have a food pharmacy and provide our patients with healthy food to support better health. An example of that would be fresh fruit for the people with diabetes instead of the canned fruit that comes with sugared syrup. We have a financial empowerment program where trained volunteers work with families as financial coaches, helping people understand how to budget. Today, we serve 29,000 people living here in San Mateo County below the poverty line. Right now, Samaritan House is working to strengthen our community by providing protein for our clients' holiday meals. It is part of our continual effort to fight hunger here in our county. I've left some flyers at the back table, and I encourage everyone to take one, share it with a neighbor, and join me in helping to provide protein for our clients' holiday meals. As you may have noticed, I love talking about Samaritan House and what we do to support those in need to help lift up their lives and provide dignity. Thank you for this honor.
Family first.
See you in the hood. Congratulations to you too. You're just too tall. And now for our third wonderful ceremonial presentation, Small Business Saturday Proclamation. Mackenzie Jakubik, the Executive Director of Downtown San Mateo Association, and Erica Wood, San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce President and CEO. And they would like to come down first and tell us a little bit about this, and then we will read the proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash, council members, city staff, and community. I am Erica Wood. I'm with the San Mateo Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm so pleased to be joined by Mackenzie Jakubik of the Downtown San Mateo Association. And yes, we are super excited to tell you about our Shop Small to Win Big campaign. This is in honor of Small Business Saturday, which is a national movement that has grown in size and scope since 2010. As I was thinking about tonight, I think about what a fast-paced, convenience-driven world that we live in. And it seems like there are so many headwinds blowing against our small businesses. And yet there are so many reasons why they deserve our support. And that includes from the very personalized experiences and relationships they make with customers, to job creation, to support for our neighborhoods, to practices that benefit our planet. So this is why the Chamber and the Downtown Association have teamed up for the second year in a row on this campaign. And for us, it's not just about shopping small, it's really about shopping with purpose and for the greater good. And we hope everyone will do that before, during, and after the holidays. I want to thank the city for your tremendous support and participation, and I'll turn it over to Mackenzie to share more.
The DSMA is excited to be working with the Chamber of Commerce for our second annual Shop Small to Win Big campaign to help spread the word about Small Business Saturday. This year, we decided to highlight 8 small businesses within San Mateo. We worked with Boris Clemente, who's here tonight, of Worker Bee Marketing, and Boris is also a small business owner. Boris went and spoke to these 8 businesses, and he learned their stories, their plans for the future, and what it means to be a part of the San Mateo community. We talked with Jose at AAA Vacuum and Sewing, Eliana at No Filter Brazilian Med Spa, Annie at A2 Wine Bar, Alberto at Taqueria Las Palomas, Bianca and Kamal at Barfia USA, Tommy at Vinyl Solution Records, Danica at Aldo's Pizza, and finally Ron at California Art Supply Company. And now we would like to show you the interview with Ron.
Just one moment while we get that ready.
This is somewhat of a retirement business. I ran a shop in San Francisco for 25 years. It's a passion of mine, the art materials. I grew up around art materials and fine art, and I've been in this business for 47-ish years at this point. But this came out of necessity. We were moving a shop in San Francisco. I decided to do something close to home in my own community. Just focused on what I like, which is just fine art materials. We don't do framing. We don't do certain other things that you might normally find in a fine art store, but we do a good job at what we do. I'll mention recently one of my customers passed away, and he was somebody I met right as we opened the shop. And we had a number of items that came in damaged. So my story is simply that we had some ink shipment that came in and the bottles were all messed up. So I cleaned up the bottles. This gentleman walks in the store and he happens to make his own ink. So I gave him one of these ink bottles that I cleaned up, which is a fabulous bottle, I will say, for dip pens and things. But we became friends because I gave him an ink bottle. He is a local artist that used to be out in Redwood City Shoreline. And then he was recently over at Peninsula Studios, Stuart Gibbett, and he passed away from cancer. But when he passed away, he didn't have family. So his want was for all his artist friends to come over and enjoy some of his materials and some of his artwork. So we all gathered over at his studio. I took away two things: that ink bottle that I gave him with his ink in it. Sorry, still chokes me up. And some art that he had entered in our art show, which happens to be up the month of September each year. We have a We Art show where everything is on artist trading cards, 2.5 by 3.5 inches. His art from a couple of years ago was there, and so I took that as well, and we have a tribute to him at the moment. Well, the beauty of it for me is this is my community. I live in San Carlos, so I have a short drive up the hill and down the hill. I get to meet my customers out at grocery shopping, at the farmer's market, wherever. Going to the local art openings and things gives me an opportunity to see what my customers are actually doing. And that's kind of how we tie everything together. But the community has been great to us. It's also a community where I don't have some of the problems I had when I ran a shop in another city. San Mateo is community. It's clean. People tend to support the local businesses. They understand that it's a struggle as a small business owner, and they appreciate the fact that we can kind of adjust our inventory to their needs and that kind of thing.
Thank you so much. I hope everyone here, everyone watching, will take some time to watch the other 7 interviews. They're all wonderful, all have their own separate, unique stories and very impactful to our community. You can watch them at dsma.org/2024-shop-small or visit sanmataochamber.org. We also want to invite the community to help support small businesses in San Mateo. Between November 25th to December 1st, you can shop at any small business, then upload your receipt for a chance to win prizes from local favorites like Porterhouse, Christensen and Rafferty Fine Jewelry, Golden Moon Gallery, and more. You can visit dsma.org for more information and to participate. For those of you here tonight, I will have postcards at the back as you leave, and we hope everyone will participate. Thank you so much for your time and support.
Excellent. Now I will start the applause. And now I'll read the proclamation, but what each one of you can do to help is to go shop at a small business between November 25th and December 1st. All hands up if you're going to go shop at a small business. Okay? This is important. This is how we get back to the community. So whereas the city of San Mateo, California celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community, and whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, There are 34.7 million small businesses in the United States. Small businesses represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees. Small businesses are responsible for 61.1% of net new jobs created since 1995, and small businesses employ 45.9% of the employees in the private sector of the United States. And whereas 68 cents of every dollar spent at a small business in the United States stays in the local community, and every dollar spent at small businesses creates an additional 48 cents in local business activity as a result of employees and local businesses purchasing local goods and services. And whereas 59% of U.S. consumers aware of Small Business Saturday shopped or ate at a small independently owned retailer or restaurant on Small Business Saturday 2023. And whereas the city of San Mateo supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday, and as San Mateo has decided to extend it for a full week. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Diaz-Nash, Mayor of the City of San Mateo, and on behalf of all of my City Council colleagues, do hereby proclaim November 30, 2024 as Small Business Saturday, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday, celebrating its 15th year in 2024, and shop small, please, throughout the year. Congratulations. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, just a brief note. Unfortunately, we are experiencing some technical difficulties with streaming tonight's regular meeting to YouTube. Staff are working to resolve that issue right now. Remote participants are still able to view the meeting through Zoom. We will continue to work on trying to resolve the issue. We have put information on the city's website to help redirect folks who may have tried to view the meeting through YouTube. We are recording this meeting, so it will be made available to individuals if we're unable to resolve the current streaming issue. In order to access the meeting via Zoom, the attend webinar ID information is available on the agenda, and that is also available on our website, which is www.cityofsanmateo.org.
Thank you for letting us know that. And I'm sure you are working as hard as you can. Okay, now we are going to move on to the consent calendar. City Clerk, could you please read the consent calendar?
With pleasure, Madam Mayor. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 4, gardening waste ordinance adoption. Item number 5, Edward Byrne 2024 Justice Assistance Grant Program application. Item number 6, Police Department Patrol Vehicle Purchase Contract. Item number 7, Wastewater Treatment Plant Transfer Pump Project Agreement. Item number 8, Art in Public Places Annual Report, Renewal of Civic Arts Committee and Reappointment of Committee Members, Approval. Item number 9, Public Safety Data Sharing, Memorandum of Understanding. Item number 10, 1900 O'Farrell Street Office Space Lease, Amendment. Item number 11, Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant Program Budget Allocation. Item number 12, Professional Labor Relations Service Agreement. Item number 13, parking enforcement services amendment. Item number 14, contracts with contingency component update. Item number 15, SB 1383, recovered organics waste procurement services agreement and amendment. Item number 16, wastewater treatment plant biogas and biosolids evaluation agreement. Item number 17, Public Works EV street sweeper purchase. And finally, item number 18, Transportation Fund for Clean Air Grant acceptance and budget appropriation.
Thank you, City Clerk. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 6.
I would like to pull 8 and 10.
6, 8, 10. All right, thank you very much. If there's any member of the public who wishes to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time to make your comment. This is for consent calendar items only. City Clerk.
Certainly. So I just want to clarify, I do not have any requests to speak on consent calendar in council chambers. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Joe, your hand has been raised since you joined the meeting. So this is for consent calendar items. If there's an item that you wish to speak on, your hand has been lowered. Thank you, Joe. And we have one request to speak in our virtual environment. So per council adopted rules and procedures, that'll be 3 minutes per speaker. Our one and only speaker for the consent calendar will be Rich. Rich, please unmute your mic.
Here we go. Is this too soon to speak about the yard waste ordinance that's come out?
No, you can. This is on the consent calendar.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. Hey, a big Madam Mayor and councilors, I just want to offer a big thank you for your statute on regulating homeowner waste, yard clippings, picking up the debris versus blowing it into the street and into our storm drains. This is going to go a long way to the sustainability of our sustainability and infrastructure part of Department of Public Works. This will increase our yield management. So instead of having to clean the drains annually, we might be able to go to every 2 years, 3 years, possibly even 5 years, depending on what we're seeing. They were down my block today, and I was astonished at how much clippings, mostly grass, they were pulling out of the drain in front of my house. This is everybody's responsibility. Many hands make light work. We've got more and more people moving into San Mateo, and this is going to become a problem. And this is going to go a long way towards ensuring that we have a robust watershed and a flood preparedness part of the plan. Also, it should be noted, this should have very little to no impact on the cost to home ownership here. It's just a matter of, sweeping up your stuff. And most all of us in San Mateo here have the green bins where we can put debris and waste in. In closing, I wanted to thank Rich Hedges for thinking of this and spearheading it. And also to the rest of the board for the absolutely visionary look at what we're doing with our public works and with our infrastructure. So anyway, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay, then I will close public comment and bring it back. Is there a motion from the council to approve the consent calendar minus items 6, 8, and 10?
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. So this is for consent calendar items 4, 5, 7, and 9 through 18. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine?
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now let's bring it back to item 6.
Sure.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. My intent
Mike.
on this was, when I read the report, it said that there was not availability of hybrid vehicles. Part of our city's initiative is to move towards hybrid and alternative fuel and electric vehicles. I talked to a contact at Ford and was told that there were hybrids available in a period of 6 to 8 weeks. The city staff have reached out this afternoon, and the problem may be that it has to come through the dealership. But I'm basically asking that we table this until the next meeting so we can just confirm that that be the case. If we're able to move to hybrid vehicles for these 7 vehicles as opposed to non-hybrid, 60% of the time that these vehicles are in use, they're idle, which means that they'd be running off the battery as opposed to gas. Additionally, the fuel savings alone would allow us to buy an 8th vehicle in 1 year of savings. So for these reasons, and I know the police, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that we lock this down. And if it is the case that we really can't get it for 8 months, then we'll bring it back for the consent calendar the second week rather of next month. But that's my reasoning, and I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you through the mayor, and I appreciate the deputy mayor's interest in this topic. I guess I just was curious if city staff had a response.
Yeah, so fortunately, Deputy Mayor Newsom reached out earlier today, and so staff did follow up with the contact that he had. His contact is actually does work for the factory in Michigan, but in order for the city to procure these vehicles, you have to go through a local dealer. And so what happens is he's talked about taking 6 to 8 weeks. Those 6 to 8 weeks that he's talking about is when they receive the batching of the vehicles to the factory. They can get those cars out. But there's a long queue and line in order to even get into the queue in order to order the vehicles and through the dealers. And so they give out VINs and you wait up to 8 months. After those 8 months, you get the car delivered. Then you have to basically uplift the vehicle itself to meet policing standards. I don't have all the specifications in there, and that takes another 3 months. So it's basically a year out if you go with the hybrids. Understanding that time is of the essence to replace vehicles, staff has moved forward with the gasoline purchase, not the hybrid version. I talked with Deputy Mayor Newsom earlier today stating that what we can look at is we need to get out in front of this then. So once we know, because we know just our equipment replacement timing, we should already start in advance, look at ordering these vehicles already to basically 2 years at a time in advance so that we can get the hybrids. At this juncture, what we have is the seven vehicles that we're looking to order. The police department has been kind enough, actually, because we're trying to save as much money. They're extending useful life on some vehicles that they believe are okay. They're safe to drive. That's first and foremost to protect our officers. And so we would have asked for probably 13 vehicles. We're only asking for 7 this round, but it's something I would take back to staff in the future of figuring out how we can strategically start ordering the hybrids in advance. So kind of, doing it up front. So that's kind of where we're at. You'd probably get the same response again on December 9th if you waited, because staff did quickly do the due diligence and reaching out to the contacts, reaching out to our contacts and our dealers at the same time. And so that's probably the same answer I would give you on December 9th, just an updated staff report with that.
I'll just mention through the mayor that I appreciate the response. And given this, I think I can see the rationale for going ahead with the current consent calendar item as written, with an understanding that after what has been learned, there may be an opportunity to consider a longer tailed plan going forward to procure these in advance. And I would fully support that effort toward meeting our overall clean fleet goal.
Councilmember Hedges.
I echo the Councilmember Loring's comments, but I wanted to say that I went on a ride-along, 12-hour ride-along on Friday night, and the first officer I rode with was the least in seniority, who coincidentally had the oldest vehicle in the fleet. And I can tell you it needs to be replaced.
Thank you. So I guess we ask for a motion.
So I just wanted to clarify through the mayor that we have not received any additional requests to speak on item number 6.
Great. Thank you. Well, then is there a motion?
So moved.
And what are you moving?
Item 6.
Okay, as is? Okay.
The one we're talking about.
Okay, that's good. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. And City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes,
The motion carries 5-0.
thank you. Now let's move on to item 8, the art in public places. Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the fact that the city of San Mateo has a Civic Arts Committee and many opportunities to benefit from the wisdom and channels of deeper community engagement through our committee structures and our commission structures. It seems it raises a question for me as we think about having as many opportunities for an inclusive process, that our Civic Arts Committee structure actually is quite different than our commission structures in terms of the composition and governing structure. And it raises concerns for me because there have never been term limits set for this committee, whereas every other commission that we have does have term limits. And so, I'm in the interest of just better understanding what exactly the rules are for the Civic Arts Committee, how long the committee members have been in service, and pose a question to the council. Is this something that council would be interested in reviewing to open up opportunities for more community members to participate in this committee? So I was hoping to get some input from our city clerk. Do you have anything to share on this?
Sure. So for the mayor, we have 5 members of the Civic Arts Committee, and just to run through when they were appointed. So we have Diane Whitaker, who was appointed in June 1st, 2005. Robert Goyer was also appointed on that date. We have Stephen Tabler, who was appointed on February 1st, 2016. Ginger, apologies if I'm butchering the last name here, Sloniker, who was appointed on August 28th of 2017, and Seema Patel was appointed in February 22nd of 2022.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And besides, is this a Brown Act committee? Okay, so
It is.
It's similar to all of our commissions except that there's no term limits. Is that accurate?
So as indicated in the staff report, this is a special committee set up under a particular provision of the charter where the city council can establish kind of limited term commissions and committees for a specific advisory purpose. So that's what it's done here. It just so happens that it's renewed this particular committee for a number of times. So I hope that answers your immediate question, but I had another comment as well.
So yes, I understand that we've renewed the appointments multiple times, but in the case of other commissions, we would actually, where there are term limits that would apply, those term limits would come up, and then we would have a process that involved open recruitment and interviewing.
Yes, no, that's right. The Planning Commission, for example, has term limits, under the charter, but you can establish a commission by ordinance as well. You can establish prospective term limits for a commission. It's just that in this case, for a special committee, we don't have term limits. It doesn't mean that the council is prohibited from asking staff to look into whether to make this more of a permanent commission, but that's not the subject of the item tonight. The item tonight is whether to renew this particular committee and whether to reappoint these individuals.
Certainly. So can I just ask one more clarifying question? So we can decide, it is within the power of the council to keep it as a committee and also establish term limits. Is that correct?
Well, I think that would require some research because right now it's under a provision of the charter that doesn't have term limits, unlike some other commissions, like the Planning Commission that does have term limits. So in this case, in order to create term limits for a special committee, it might require establishing it by an ordinance rather than as a special committee under the charter. So that would require some additional research.
Okay. Thank you for the information. I would be interested in raising this back to council to align committee structures. I mean, this is clearly a committee that's been in operation for many decades and seems important to the way that the city does business. And it seems like we should have a consistent process that's open and inclusive and democratic. That's number 8. Does anyone else want to share anything about number 8?
Does anyone, Councilmember?
Question of the city attorney. If we approved this tonight, does that automatically grandfather them in for 2 more years? Or if we came back in a month or 2, can we say, hey, we're going to restructure this? And
Well, it would renew the committee for 2 more years. That's what the proposed action is for the council. If the council asks staff to look into it further and see if the committee could be reconstituted in some fashion, maybe dissolve the committee and create an entirely new body, we would have to look at various options to see if the committee could be reconfigured after it was renewed for 2 more years. But I think at this point, the council could just provide direction to staff as to whether to look at other options for a more permanent body.
And Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion. I would suggest potentially going ahead with the current item, but perhaps making a note that the next time the council has a study session on a matter relating to boards and commissions, we could perhaps bring this question up and take a look at the structure of it and consider possible options and next steps.
That's effective, or it can also be an item at Blue Sky.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hedges, do you have any comment?
I'm fine with the way it is now. I'm not the greatest fan of term limits.
And I guess my comment, I support the idea of looking at the appropriate time, at looking at the structure and what should be done. But I also just wanted to say that in the report, there was a discussion about whether there should be an art master plan. And this particular committee was formed primarily to look at art attached to developments. So it isn't art across the entire city. It's this development is coming. It needs to do something art-wise. What should that be? And I think there's a much greater need, which speaks to your concern about looking at the committee. I don't think necessarily it needs to go to a full-blown master plan, but I think in that discussion, it would be great to talk about what this committee could do to help think about what is art in San Mateo and what do we want to be known for citywide and not just individual art at individual buildings. So that was my comment. So is there any public comment to be had?
Madam Mayor, I have not received any additional requests to speak on item number 8.
Okay, great. Then I'll bring it back. And can you please call the roll?
We have a motion.
Oh, excuse me.
I'll move approval of item number 8 on the consent calendar.
And second?
So this is roll call on item number 8 on the consent calendar. Councilmember Hedges?
Yes.
Oh, we got one from Mayor. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Hedges?
Yes, twice.
Mayor Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
I'll just say, I want to just make it clear that I really appreciate the decades of service from this commission or committee, and really want to express my wholehearted appreciation for so many years of work and the ways that they've contributed to beautifying the city. So with that, I certainly approve their reappointments.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we have item number 10, 1900 O'Farrell. Councilmember Lee.
Yes. So as everyone read in the staff report, our city manager, to his credit, did a fantastic job renegotiating our commercial lease for our public works department and saved hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city and taxpayers to renegotiate the cost of the lease down, and I think very favorable terms of five years. And I commend the work that's gone into this. I know that at this point, we're not ready to transition out of that building, but I did want to raise this because now that we have an adopted general plan that includes a policy provision that I worked really hard to get in there, that allows for the city to contemplate and explore land acquisition opportunities for the purposes of community benefit and community assets. I wanted to invite council members, to go on record and consider empowering our city manager by granting him authority to hire a commercial broker to seek these any kind of land acquisition opportunities, including commercial space that could house our public works department. We know that right now there's a market, a commercial market that is presenting us generational opportunities that if we don't jump on, they will pass us by. And I know, this is not exactly the topic of the agenda item, but it is related. And perhaps we could, if it's an appropriate time, to give explicit direction on this topic, or wait until.
I think it depends on exactly what you're asking for. If it's a contract is not on the agenda. But if you're asking that the council is asking the city manager to conduct an RFP for services relating to a permanent space for this department, I mean, that's sufficiently related. And then a future contract would then come back to the city council for approval.
I'm satisfied with asking council to weigh in and see if there's a consensus to issue an RFP that would allow our city manager to explore commercial acquisition opportunities to house our public works department, or potentially City Hall.
But are you saying, the city attorney, that asking for
I'll just throw in City Hall.
broader RFP would not be on topic? If we were to
Correct, because it's an RFP for brokerage services generally to look at all of our city facilities. That's not sufficiently related to the topic at hand. But if you're just directing the city manager to undergo an RFP process, which he already can do, then city manager would go ahead and do that and then bring a contract back to the council, but just related to space for Public Works Department. Or you could just ask for a future agenda item for a broader topic on brokerage services more generally. Kind of up to you. Okay.
So I'm happy to jump in here. So first and foremost, I want to thank the great city team for all their work just on this lease. We're looking at belt tightening here as the city of San Mateo. And so what we're looking at is we're saving $200,000 a year over 5 years. That's $1 million of savings. And so I'm just really grateful to the great staff team who were the negotiators to negotiate a lease. And this is the building, just for the public. It's next door because we do not have space here at City Hall to house our entire public works division. It's about 10,000 square feet of space. I appreciate Councilmember Lee, the, willingness to have staff with me as city manager look at an RFP for brokerage services. I think that's something that we can look at folding in with our entire real estate strategy. And that's something that I'm looking really more holistically citywide of how we use our real estate assets to generate revenues and income streams, but also how strategic we are overall of taking advantage too of the real estate market. And that might be current office buildings or current sites. When you talk about, this is just one piece of a bigger, broader piece, if the council has the appetite to look at a city hall in the future. And these things take time, and I see that, if there's council interest in having those discussions, happy to look into that further and bring something back in the spring, specifically to talk about folding that all together of, looking into potentially an RFP for brokerage services, but it's the council's decision.
Well, while I have a vote, I vote yes. I think that that's very worthwhile to have the city manager issue an RFP, and hope to see that back in the spring.
Other comment? I see one nodding head. Councilmember Hedges.
Actually had this conversation with the city manager right after he was hired. I think it's a great idea. I think we really need to start looking at that, and for the long-term goal of having a city hall downtown.
Getting lots of things into this. Yes, Councilmember Lorraine.
I also support this, and if that's sufficient, would move to approve item 10 with that further direction.
Second on item 10.
Okay.
Certainly. And
Is there
Madam,
any public comment?
through the mayor, there's no additional request to speak on item number 10. So this is roll call for item number 10 on the consent calendar. Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
and Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you for the good discussion on these items. So next is public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment on any item not appearing on the agenda may address the city council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes. However, that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. We in the city of San Mateo condemn hateful, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and racist speech in the strongest possible terms. At a time of rising anti-Semitism and hate speech, we do not stand for it. Hate speech can have real consequences. The country has had numerous mass shooting events, including the Atlanta spa shootings of 2021 and the Buffalo supermarket shooting of 2022. We embrace the rights of all individuals in our community to be who they are in terms of their sexuality, gender, religious orientation, and beliefs, and we always will do so. City Clerk, could you please tally the total number of requests to speak on general public comment?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. So in chamber, I've received 6 requests to speak. Moving to our virtual environment, as Mayor Diaz-Nash mentioned, this is for general public comment for items not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. We will be announcing the name of the last speaker. An additional request to speak will not be taken after that time for this portion of the agenda. So if you wish to speak and you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand now. If you have a request to speak slip, please provide that to me. So through the mayor, that brings us to a total of 11 requests to speak. So that would be 2 minutes per speaker per council adopted rules and procedures. And the final speaker in our virtual environment will be Henry Savage. So there'll be 2 minutes per speaker, and we will start with request to speak in council chambers. When I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll help us make sure we can get through all of the requests to speak tonight. So our first 3 speakers in chambers will be Dave Deasy, followed by Dennis Bogus and Lori Heater.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I want to voice my extreme and continued frustration with how the City and Public Works Department has managed the Crown Castle wireless permits process. It appears that my house at 535 Clark Drive is now the victim of yet a third attempt by Crown Castle to place one of their wireless facilities directly in front of my house, in probably the most obtrusive and least aesthetic place you could possibly put one of these, less than 30 feet away from the living room windows in the front of our house, clearly violating the regulations that they had put in place for what the design aesthetics were supposed to be. Again, this is the third time that they've submitted an application. They did it in 2023 and then they withdrew it. Then they applied again in 2024, and despite me sending in multiple fact-based objection letters, the city went ahead and approved it anyways. Then I appealed, again with a lot of fact-based information, and Crown Castle withdrew the application. This was roughly about 10 days ago. 3 days later, they resubmitted the application again. In my opinion, it's clearly an attempt to jam it through before the new ordinance potentially goes through. And so I urge the City Council, along with staff, both in the detailed appeal that I had applied, as well as a letter that I sent just a few days ago on November 13th. There's clear pictures in there that just show that this is a ridiculous design that they're proposing. And I just urge you all to try to get involved and see what can be done to get the Public Works Department to once and for all deny this application. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Dennis Bogus, followed by Lori Heater and Connie Weiss.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Bogus, and I live in District 3, about a quarter mile from Hayward Park train station. Train horn noise is a problem that predates electrification of Caltrain and has prompted this city's Quiet Zone project years ago. While I welcome electrification, train horn noise near Hillsdale and Hayward Park has since worsened and is now unbearable. A solution cannot wait for a quiet zone, and it doesn't have to. First, federal regulations require train horns at grade crossings. Hillsdale Station has no at-grade crossing, yet operators there use horns even when there is no safety hazard present. Meanwhile, Caltrain has agreements with other cities like Millbrae, San Bruno, and San Carlos to restrict the routine use of train horns at stations which, like Hillsdale, have no at-grade crossings or a quiet zone. Second, the federal rule for train horns is specifically not required at pedestrian crossings such as at Hayward Park. No state law requires routine train horns at pedestrian crossings either. I have confirmed this with Caltrain. Further, Hayward Park already has numerous safety mechanisms that exceed the minimum recommended by the Federal Railroad Administration. There too, train operators routinely blast train horns, harming those who live and work nearby. Many of us have raised this issue with you before. I also did at the latest Caltrain board meeting and implored them to work with you. We've heard that Caltrain is trying to lower the decibel level on trains, but for those near Hillsdale and Hayward Park, the only acceptable decibel level is 0. We need to conclude an agreement with Caltrain to restrict the routine use of train horns at these stations. I ask that you please work with them as soon as possible to end the noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Lori Heater, followed by Connie Weiss and Tom Lees.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and council members. I'm Lori Heater, and I'm president of the San Mateo Heritage Alliance, which was formed in 2022 by citizens across the city of San Mateo, with the goal to protect and celebrate the historic resources throughout the city. Our city was one of the only cities on the peninsula without an historical society. You've heard quite a bit from a few people who oppose the Baywood Historic District designation. Tonight, I'd like to address their latest false alarm where they say that you won't be able to get home insurance. In short, research shows that a historic district designation does not preclude homeowners from obtaining or renewing insurance. We queried several local agents in San Mateo and the surrounding area, including agents that cover Safeco, Nationwide, Cigna, Amica, and State Farm, and queried about their policies relating to homes in historic districts. The agent said the companies don't have any restrictions related to historic districts, but some may have an issue with individually listed homes. Insurance costs are based on actual homes and conditions. There are many reasons why insurance is denied. Safeco's apparently denying most policies in San Mateo right now. The National Trust for Historic Preservation recently reported local regulations are key in determining rebuild requirements. The Secretary of Interior standards, which the city follows, do not require replication or use of the same materials if there's a loss. Historic preservation planners haven't seen any cases where property insurance was dropped after the historic district was created. It's a shame to see less red tape resorting to these scare tactics. Historic designation is an honor and brings substantial financial benefits to historic.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Connie Weiss, followed by Tom Lees, and Yui Tang with Alfred.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. In all this discussion about Baywood becoming a historic district, many residents are not aware that San Mateo had a historic district since 1993 within Hayward Park's Glazenwood and is under Historic Preservation Ordinance section of our municipal code. San Mateo Heritage Alliance commissioned a survey of all Glazenwood owners to ask what residents experienced as a result of historic designation. The survey was developed and conducted by an independent market research consultant working with Chris Eckert, a real estate professional who also lives in Glazenwood. The questionnaire asked every resident how they felt about their historic designation. Some key takeaways from the 46% of residents who responded includes 94% say historic designation is important or critical. 88% say the preservation ordinance that protects the character of the neighborhood is critical or very important. 70% of respondents noted their properties had significant remodeling projects, and 30% happened after historic designation. These respondents were happy with the process and results. Eckert's research shows that over the past 10 years, homes in San Mateo's Glazenwood Historic District have sold for an average of 26% more per square foot and 41% more in average sales price than period homes in the rest of Hayward Park. It is conclusive that the existing historic ordinance is a success with the Glazenwood community. The data is clear that that historic designation would benefit other neighborhoods that qualify. Full details of this study are on the San Mateo Heritage website.
Thank you.
Heritage.org. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Tom Lees, followed by Yui Tang with Alfred, and Michael Reagan.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I should have printed this out. I am talking about, my dad and mom took me to Missions, ghost towns, Jack London, all these historical places when I was growing up. Actually, I didn't grow up till I got married, but so I have had a great affection for like the Seven Painted Ladies and historical districts. And so I'm really passionate about the historical resource we have in Baywood. And that's a real gem. And it's incredible to walk through that neighborhood. And now it's my passion, since I lost on Measure T, to work to preserve our thing. So I was just going to read something. and I just want to talk about the misinformation that's being put out. The opponents of Baywood Historic District have made several presentations to you with many concerns. I got a phone, sorry. They present as facts concerns that are false, exaggerated, or based on examples from very strict jurisdictions, such as San Francisco, which don't apply to San Mateo. If Baywood was designated historic tomorrow, there would likely be no changes in permitting home improvements because the existing historic preservation ordinance only applies to individual eligible properties, the Downtown Historic District and Glazenwood Historic District. San Mateo has one of the shortest historic ordinances on the peninsula with only 4 pages. As a comparison, the Redwood City ordinance is 11 pages and San Francisco's has 80 pages. We're happy the city is going to update the ordinance to clarify procedures. Anyway, so I just want to beseech you all to please try to take care and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Yue Tang with Alfred, and final speaker in chambers will be Michael Reagan.
Good evening. This is Yue. Good to see you again. I really wanted to bring Alfred to be with me, but he's not cooperating. So he's my son, 2 years old. So I'm here today to represent myself, my family, and my son, Alfred, to thank the City Council for adopting the new ordinance for the 5G. And I also wanted to extend my gratitude to our public work staff, Matt, Jay, and Jason. Thank you all for the tremendous work for making this happen. This really, really means a lot to me and my family. I remember a year ago, I told my connections that I'm gonna talk to the city staff about this 5G thing and hope they would help us. They all laughed at me and told me that, okay, definitely, the city would not help you. But guess what? They were wrong. I'm here today and to thank the fabulous, fabulous city council and the fabulous, fabulous city staff to listen to the local residents to help protect us from the big telecommunication companies, to protect us from antennas right next to us, to protect our children, such as my son, who's just 2 years old, from the potential radiation effect from potential cancer, 50 years down the road. So this means a lot to me. So I really wanted to be here in person to thank you all. So wish you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Michael Reagan.
Yeah, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. So this is also for you, and it's also for the general public and anybody who's listening. I don't think this has been kind of brought up enough. It's called the 101 Corridor Connect. And what it involves is it's grants from the Transportation Authority, and they're taking a survey. And the survey includes cities up and down the peninsula. And if you take the survey, they're even offering prizes of $100 up to $250. But what this money provides is a connecting routes in the cities that they pick for these awards, for the bicycles, for walking, for transportation, I guess, between the 101 and the east and the west side. So this is very important. I know, being on the bicycle committee, that it was one of the major setbacks was the funding to get this stuff done. And considering that the Transportation Authority is going out of their way to try to provide that to the cities, but we're in a contest with these other cities. I think it goes from Burlingame all the way down to probably Menlo Park. So I think it's important that the city council does a little bit of push, maybe publish some stuff. The public, please take the survey, 101 Corridor Connect, find the email address. And this ends at the end of the month. So we have 12 days to get this done, to try to make our city one of the cities that they pick, because out of all the different requests, I believe they mentioned that they were going to pick between 8 and 10 projects that they will look over and ask for approval. So please get the word out. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is our last speaker in chambers for general public comment. We will now move to our virtual environment, where our first speaker will be Joe. Joe, please unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, my name is Joe Bondi-Denemy, and I want to thank council for their work and Mr. Lorraine for sending the information as we met with him last week regarding street safety. We live on Sunset Terrace, a street that is just up the hill from Hillsdale High School, and I'm raising an issue about the intersection at Sunset Terrace and 28th Avenue. Going up 28th Avenue, which is now connected all the way down through our lovely new train station, all the way up to 92, has become a very speedy thoroughfare for people hopping off 92 and accelerating their commute. The street has been an issue though for many years with speed, and our neighbors have sent many emails and requests for speed mitigation, such as a speed bump, stop sign, or crosswalk at the intersection of 28th and Sunset Terrace. There's more than 20 kids under 10 on this street, and it's a crossing that connects to a cul-de-sac, so it's frequently used. And we've been very concerned about it for many years, and like I said, requests have been sent. And although we understand that the City Works Committee department has had turnover and other priorities, we've been very patient to this matter and respectfully request an acceleration of attention at 28th and Sunset Terrace. 3 weeks ago tonight, our worst nightmare came true. A neighbor, Iba Palka, female, 70 years old, and her dog were hit by a car going up 28th Avenue. The dog is deceased and she's still in the hospital, and the latest prognosis is not great. We're really concerned about this intersection for our kids, for our families, for everybody who crosses here. It's become a really speedy street and it's only getting worse. And without action, I think it's going to keep getting worse, and we're going to have more fatal accidents. So thanks for hearing me out. Would love to have more attention with this, and I want to thank Mr. Lorraine for the invite and for his attention so far. But I'd like to ask for more work here on behalf of all of our neighbors on Sunset Terrace. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tasso Zagrafis. Tasso, please unmute your mic.
Good evening. The Gramercy Mounds, El Cerrito neighborhood in San Mateo is a picturesque, vibrant community. We are perfectly situated east and west between El Camino Real and the city of Hillsborough, and we are bordered north and south with the charming San Mateo Park and Baywood neighborhoods. Known for its tree-lined streets, architectural diversity, and exceptionally welcoming community spirit, Gramercy Mounds El Cerrito embodies a rich blend of history and charm. We are thrilled to announce an exciting milestone for our neighborhood. We are moving forward with our efforts on an application to the state of California to becoming a designated historic district. This endeavor highlights our collective commitment to preserving the unique character, historical significance, and architectural heritage of our community for generations to come. In addition to celebrating our history, this designation could also provide residents with potential financial benefits, making it a win-win for all. We look forward to keeping everyone updated on our progress of this important and exciting initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Henry Savage. Henry, please unmute your mic.
Hello, good evening. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Hey, my name is Henry Savage. I'm a resident of the Sunny Brae neighborhood here in San Mateo. And I'm here to talk about train horn noise and the impact that it's had on me and my pregnant wife. Recently with the electrification, it seems like trains are now running twice as much, and this means that the train horn noise is happening twice as much. Additionally, it seems randomly, for whatever reason, on Mondays, the horns just get louder and they get quieter throughout the week. I've heard this is due to a software bug that gets fixed throughout the weeks, throughout the days of the week. And this train horn noise is just getting unbearable. I'm not able to open up my windows because it's too hard to focus or to sleep. My wife is already having trouble sleeping as a pregnant woman, and this is just worse. It's a giant distraction. And the worst thing is it doesn't need to be this way. As I understand it, City Council has been working for years to try to solve this problem. And so I'm just here to urge City Council to make this a priority. Try to fix this for me, for my wife, my family, and all the residents of San Mateo. This is becoming a bigger and bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, as was announced earlier, Henry Savage was our last request to speak in our virtual environment. So that concludes public comment.
All right, then I will thank you very much. I will close public comment, bring it back, and the city manager might have a couple of things to say on a couple of the comments we received.
So specifically on. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
Specifically on train horn noise, city staff has met with Caltrain officials, I believe 3 weeks ago. We also asked for an update on horns, bells versus horns, and then some vibrations that are happening over between, I believe, 10th and 14th avenues along the Caltrain line. And specifically, the response that we received from Caltrain, and they cited federal regulations that they have to blow the horns at a minimum of 15 seconds at any public crossing along the line. So this would include what they've told me is Hayward Park Station, because there is a pedestrian crossing at that area. But there's also construction that's going on specifically in the corridor just past Hayward Park Station right now. And so as long as there is construction, they have to blow the horn, unfortunately. And so the project is hoping to conclude, I believe, by January. And so we're hoping that horns will, the number of horns subside, but we also have to recognize that there are more trains now on the line as well, and the frequencies have been updated. And so that's also probably what residents are feeling with additional train horn noise. They have also confirmed to me that they have 15 trains in service right now, and all 15 trains are now down to the 96 decibel limit. And they also said that any new trains coming out of Salt Lake City that they have on order will also be at 96 decibels. The other piece is that here in San Mateo County, we have a great association of all our city managers of the 20 cities and also the county manager that get together. And so we had a meeting last week and heard from many cities advocating the same issues that we're hearing from our San Mateo residents. And so once again, we advocated last week to Caltrain that this is a top issue that all our communities are facing right now. And so I even got a call back from the executive director of Caltrain, Michelle Bouchard, last week, even saying that they're committed to really working on the train horn noise issue as well. And so I'm hoping that we continue those conversations. I know that people would like to see the relief as soon as possible. And, at least with the grade separations going south of Hayward Park Station, there shouldn't be the train horn noise outside of going to the station potentially and having people on the platforms per federal law that they either have to do the bell or the horn specifically. But hopefully when construction concludes, that'll hopefully have the amount of train horns blowing subside, hopefully reduce significantly. And also the city is committed to working on a train quiet noise corridor as well. And that's the 6 at-grade crossings that we have going north of Hayward Park Station. We're looking at significant investments in this corridor. And I believe we're going to be bringing the item back in the spring. I'm looking at our Director of Public Works, is that correct? Yeah, spring. Because we were looking at the 2 at-grade crossings at Bellevue and Villa Terrace for potential closures. And so that's the update. We're in regular dialogue with Caltrain, and we'll continue that. And I hear you. I appreciate you bringing it, and I will follow up again this week and let them know it keeps happening here.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else you need me to touch upon, or we're good?
No, I think that was
Okay.
it.
Can I ask 2 follow-up questions?
Okay.
Sorry. I've had numerous, and I can send you, numerous residents send me documentation that for the Hayward Park, they don't need to do the horns. And so I'm wondering I don't know if that would be something we'd have Persana's team look at, but I'd like to find out what the ruling is on that, just because they didn't used to blow them. So before they went electric, they weren't blowing those horns on the diesel trains going through Hayward Park. Also, I think there's an impact potentially to what we're trying to do downtown with the quiet corridor, which is anywhere that there's going to be a grade crossing with pedestrians, they'd still have to blow the horn. Well, that blows out the whole idea of a quiet zone. So or am I misinterpreting what
Well,
you're
when
saying?
we have the quad gates close up, specifically in the downtown, that limits, then you don't have to blow the horn.
So do I need a quad gate for the pedestrian crossings at Hayward Park?
I'd have to follow up with staff
So
specifically
that's
on
just
that.
what I want to
Happy
make sure we.
Happy to follow up with that. They've sent me an email citing federal law as to why they do what they do. Happy to share that with our city attorney and have him take a look at it.
Yeah,
I'm going off of what they are providing me and the federal laws that they are citing me, but
I appreciate the update. It's just,
Okay.
it's something that I literally get called or emailed every day about.
I know you're a champion for your neighborhood.
The other thing was, I've heard from some people that have talked to people who work for Caltrains that whenever they do a software upgrade, that it's the decibel levels going back up. And so that's something I'd like us to follow up with as well is, are they having to reset that or
So
have
they
they?
fixed that glitch.
The bug is
And so
fixed.
that should be fixed. So everything should be at 92 decibels.
Okay.
That's what they've confirmed with me as of last week.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for the follow-up.
No
and
problem.
We'll be talking.
We'll keep it going.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm a person who uses that pedestrian crosswalk at Hayward Park. And when the bar comes down, it's pretty hard to get around it. I can't imagine that they couldn't quiet the horns down there. They need to take a second look at that. It's not a matter of quad gate. The bar comes down for the whole walk across. And the only other thing I would question is, I think there's going to be the ability at those two locations you cited up in North Central for those two streets, that pedestrians can get across there. We have to make sure that's blocked in some way so that they're not continuing to blow horns there, or we're wasting our time and money.
So I think that'll be more of the dialogue. And I know this is your kind of last formal meeting with us, but I'll welcome you to join us and advocate in the spring when we have that.
Well, I'm the one that brought the closing of those streets because of the possibility of kids getting killed going to high school there.
So happy to take that back, that info back.
Okay.
Councilmember Lorraine.
At the risk of going too far into items that I know are not on the agenda, we did hear one public comment that seemed that noted about a wireless application, perhaps potentially renewed. And at our last council meeting, we got some information from our director that there was a stop work notice, and I wondered if there might be a staff response for this.
I think this is more properly addressed during the next item, which is the wireless ordinance, of course, so that can be raised at that time.
Okay. Be right back.
All right, then I think we will close comment on public comment. And we will move on to our next item. Item number 19, the wireless communication facilities in the public way, a right-of-way update, ordinance introduction, and policy approval. And I believe we have most of the Public Works team coming on down. There we go. We're good. So J.U., the engineering manager, and Jason Hilary, the senior engineer, and Matt Fabry, the director. Thank you all so much.
Maybe just while we're waiting on this item, if you would like to speak on this item and you have not submitted a request to speak slip on this item, please do so at your earliest opportunity. If you are participating in our virtual environment and wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, City Council. My name is J.U., the Engineer Manager, and tonight we will be going over the 2024 Wireless Ordinance and Policy Update. All right, there we go. Just a glimpse of what we're going to go through tonight. It's a relatively large deck. There's going to be about 9 sections, starting with the background. And then we'll talk about the direction that all of you, City Council, provided back in May in terms of where to guide this document, in terms of the ordinance and the policy. Then provide some summary of feedbacks of what this SIC have provided back in October to staff. And then ultimately, summary of changes and how it compares to the city of Encinitas. And then public comments. We have received a lot of public comments, so hopefully we can summarize that in a page or 2. And then staff's recommendation, and then next steps, and then open it up for questions. So right off the gate, we want to talk about staff's recommendation. So there are 2 parts, but before we do so, we want to note that this whole entire process, we had a lot of feedback from the public as well as the industry. We received really good City Council direction back in May 2024 that really helped shape what we're about to talk about tonight. And then we brought that to SIC, and then they voted 4-0 to move this forward to this meeting. And then when this presentation is over, the ordinance and policy updates will have been proposed and brought up. But lastly, these updates are defensible and responsive. Not only is our city attorney's office integrated in the review, we also have outside counsel and telecom law firm that has done numerous ordinance and design standards and policies throughout the entire nation, and they have vetted this as well. So the recommendation is 2 parts. The first part is adopt a resolution approving a city policy establishing procedural and substantive rules for small wireless facilities in the public right-of-way. Ultimately, what this would do is, if this ultimately gets adopted tonight, is sections 2 through 6, as well as 9 through 13, will be effective immediately in terms of its policy. The only sections that are not will be the director's finding, which will use the existing current ordinance and design standard, as well as the noticing. But by and large, if adopted tonight, the resolution will make the policy effective. Number 2, introduce the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 17.10, wireless communications facilities in the public right-of-way. And if all goes well, we plan to bring this back to City Council for adoption on December 9th, 2024. And if all goes well during that night, the ordinance and the full policy will be effective 30 days after. So that keep that in the back of your mind as we go through this deck. So first, background. I think all of you have seen this before, but going from left to right, there are some significant moments that really shaped what we're about to talk about tonight. In 2018, we received the first applications for small cells. And then shortly after that, in 2018, we adopted a wireless ordinance. But in 2019, the FCC issued Order 18-133 called the small cell order. And really that changed the way we review applications. They really have definitions and how to regulate the shot clock as well as what cities can or cannot do. But ultimately it accelerated this type of technology and the implementation of small cells. So in 2020, we started the development of our design standards and the update of the ordinance. And then in 2021, we adopted our design standards and ordinance. From 2021 all the way to the beginning of 2024 is what we call our stress test period. We really had a large influx of wireless applications from multiple different applicants, and really it tested our internal process. Our industry standards have changed since we developed or adopted the ordinance and the design standards in 3 years, from PG&E to the state to different requirements from the CPUC. And constructability, we had some of the first applications now being approved as well as installed in a right-of-way. So we got to figure out what worked and what didn't. And ultimately, during this whole entire process, we had a lot of community feedback, and we took that all in. And as a result, we decided, okay, I think it's time for an update. So in May, we came to yourself, City Council, and we seek direction. And then in October 23rd, we went to SIC to propose our draft ordinance and design standard. And then tonight here, November 18th, we're about to go through our first reading. And hopefully, if all goes well, December 9th, we will have adoption. And this entire process, I cannot emphasize more that outside of seeking input from the community and the industry, we have done it in virtual meetings, numerous virtual meetings, numerous in-person meetings with the industry, multiple stakeholders from the community. I lost count of all the emails that we have received just over the course of 3 years, all the letters, whether it be from advocacy groups, from the community, from attorneys, from applicants, from carriers. And we have consolidated just hundreds of data points to really present and make up this proposal in terms of the ordinance and policy that we're about to present. If you remember this chart, this was presented in the last study session, but just as a quick glimpse, there are 12 buckets initially that the public and the industry really honed in on in terms of overlap. I'm not going to name it all, but gap in coverage, appeal process, public notices, as well as poll options are some. To the right, you will see a chart in terms of how they feel the current design standard and ordinance is. Green represents the community's feedback. Blue represents the industry. And just by looking at the industry, for the most part, initially, the industry felt that our existing policy and design standard was pretty neutral in terms of not being too restrictive and not being less restrictive. Now, in terms of the community, you would notice most of the circles tend to be on the left side, which means they feel like our existing policy can be more restrictive. An example of that is restrictions on residential land uses. They really want that to be more restrictive, and application requirements. They want that to be more tedious as well. So we took all of that, we brought it to City Council in May, and then there were 16 buckets that City Council gave us direction on. From conformance to state regulations to the appeal process, wanting us to use hearing officers for appeal arbiters and also to extend the appeal window. That was something that we consistently heard from the public as well as council. In terms of poll options, you wanted us to expand our poll options and use discretion to use freestanding polls. Other things that were provided early on in May from City Council was the appeal cost recovery process. They want us to look at a fee that is minimal and not cost prohibitive. They also want us to explore using third-party experts in terms of the review. So a lot of good direction was provided. We then took this feedback to SIC in October, and these were the summaries of their comments. They voted 4-0, recommending the proposed ordinance and policy to move to City Council for tonight. They understand the exception process is necessary to comply with federal requirements and will require additional staff time to review associated documents. The proposed draft ordinance was thought to be very well balanced, and they recommend reorganizing certain portions of the policy to minimize potential confusion. And then lastly, expand the definition of technically infeasible to include safety limitations and other law requirements. Which brings us all here, the meat and potatoes of the presentation, the summary of the changes. But before we start, I want to just remind everyone, there are two things that we want to present. We cannot adopt regulation that effectively prohibits providers from providing service. That's federal law. The city can require and ensure compliance with FCC's limit on RF emissions, federal law as well, but we do not set those thresholds. That is with the FCC at the federal level. So with that, we will start talking about the changes, and it's a two-parter. The first part these are completely new proposed language that does not currently exist, and I'll go top down, left to right. So the city policy is something that you will hear a lot during this presentation, as well as the document that is attached. Currently, this is called the design standard, but moving forward, this will be the city policy. Specific submittal hours, these are new as well. One of the first things we learned is by not setting submittal hours, applicants can submit whenever they want. And it does cause some resource allocation issues with staff. So in the new proposed ordinance and policy, we will have submittal hours. Antenna height. This is something that we've been hearing a lot from the public as well as from council. We will have language now talking about the minimum height for an antenna, as well as not allowing an antenna to be at a window elevation within a certain setback. Annual RF compliance. This is one that really relates to post-installation and requiring carriers to submit annual affirmation in terms of the RF compliance. And then setbacks, restricted sites. This is one where if you're 300 feet within residential dwelling units, daycare, and a school, you are now considered a restricted sites. And then batching is now allowed thanks to the new AB 965 bill that was passed about a year ago. And then the appeal fees, and we'll talk about this more in depth, it will be set at $565. That's what we're proposing. And then there will be pre-approved designs at the director's approval. So first, setbacks, restricted sites. So any location within a residential mixed-use zone, so any location within 300 feet of a residential dwelling unit, any location within 300 feet of a daycare facility or school structure, any location within a very high fire hazard severity zone will be considered in a restricted sites. Now, I want to stress, applicants may still request for an exception if they want to propose a facility in a restricted sites. Now, when we look at the exception, they shall demonstrate that is effectively prohibiting them from installing a facility. Now, one of the first things that I mentioned is it is against federal law for us to effectively prohibit installation. So applicants will need to demonstrate that they can fulfill the exception process in doing so. Having setbacks and restricted sites does not mean we will not have wireless facilities in San Mateo or even in these areas. It just means there will be a different process, a more tedious process, and there will be more thought that goes into it. Submittal hours, these will be defined from Monday to Tuesday, non-holidays, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then batch applications, they may submit up to 50 applications. If deemed similar, this is defined by the size of your city, and 50 is the size of our city in terms of its maximum. Next, antenna heights. We will have a minimum of 18 feet in terms of antenna installation, and that's ultimately to get it away from most of the viewing elevation for most homes. And we also have provision language in here to not allow antennas to be within a window elevation if you're within 50 feet of a building. Next, the appeal fee. This is set at $565. Now, just to note that just for Public Works in itself to go through one appeal, it's about $1,832, and that does not include the city attorney's time. With that noted, we got direction from City Council. We want to make it not cost prohibitive. So we looked at the other fees in the city, and they're $565, and we wanted to be consistent with that. And that's about 30% in terms of cost recovery. All right, there we go. Pre-approved designs, this will be new as well, but it does require Public Works adoption. There are a couple of benefits to this. There won't be noticing requirements, and then only applicants may appeal. Now, again, these are only allowed on the preferred location, so none of the restricted sites will have pre-approved designs. And then lastly, annual RF compliance. This is one where they can have affirmation every single year after the facility is up and running. And so this is 3 parts, 1 of 3. And we're going to go through a couple of buckets here talking about existing to propose. And the first one's public notice. And that is one that the community as well as City Council had talked about. We want this ultimately beefed up. The current public notice have been described as spam and not noticeable. So moving forward, we're going to make them more noticeable, and we'll talk about that in the following slide. Location preferences. We currently only look at zoning. Moving forward, it's going to be a little bit more complex, if you will. We're going to consider the street classification, zoning, and clearances as we're looking at location preferences. And then frontages in terms of public utility easement, we currently allow it. Moving forward, we will not allow it. And then preferred structure currently is, we prefer it to be on an existing pole. So there isn't new freestanding poles that are taking up the public right of way. Now, moving forward, the preferred structure will be whatever is farthest away from residential. All right, I'm clicking here. Here we go. I'll use the keyboard. Public notice, mail notice. If you look at the bottom left, there is an image of some white letters. That's what it currently looks like now. The comment is, it looks like spam, and I don't really notice it. So the postcard to the right is what the standard will be moving forward with the red line that says notice a wireless permit application. We will always make it more noticeable, and we would also now have applicants submitted through USPS informed delivery. I think that was also a comment from City Council. In terms of the site notices, we're also going to make it more noticeable. So at the left, at the right there, you can see that there are some letters that are in some plastic holders on a utility pole. Not that noticeable. We're going to have A-frames moving forward, as well as red text and more graphics to make it more noticeable. Location preferences, as mentioned, we currently look at land use. Moving forward, we're going to look at street classification, zoning, and clearances to residentials and other antennas. And then in terms of its location preference, I want to just bring this up. To the left is how we have it structured currently, from manufacturing being the most preferred and residential single family being the least preferred. Moving to the right, it is going to be a little bit more complex. So starting at the top, 1 through 3, it is non-residential mixed-use zones along an arterial, a collector, and a local roadway. And then moving to 5, 6, 7, and 8, these are all restricted sites. So these are the least preferred. So anywhere within 300 feet of a residential mixed-use zone, residential mixed-use zone along an arterial, collector, and local streets. And I want to emphasize, locations 5 through 8, those are restricted sites. And then part 2 of 3, for existing poles, we currently allow utilities and streetlights. We got direction that we want to expand this a little bit more, so now we include signals at intersections for facilities to be allowed on. Mounting preference, we currently only prefer top of pole. So if you want to mount it in any other way, there will need to be an exception request that is granted. Moving forward, we will have a hierarchy of top of pole, on the pole, and side of the pole. Alternative site analysis. This ultimately is what the applicant submits to let us know what are feasible sites. Right now, the radii that we have specified is 500 feet, and renders are only required for the final proposed site. Moving forward, this will now be 300 feet, but renders will be required for all feasible sites. And then director findings, we currently have 4 that are really broad, and we'll talk about this. And then moving forward, there'll be 9 specific findings that an applicant or application must meet in order to be approved. So first, going from left to right is our preference of poles. The most preferred is at the left. These are our pole tops. And then the middle picture is the pole mount. And then the picture at the right is the side arm. This is the least preferred. And then this is a comparison of the current director findings versus the proposed. At the left, the applicant and wireless small cell facilities must comply with Section 1710 and our Muni Code and our design standards and application requirements. That's one finding. 2, the application deemed complete by the director. And 3, application complies with all applicable federal, state, and local laws. And then 4, application demonstrates compliance with the FCC rules for RF emissions. So really just 4 findings. We're expanding that now, proposed to 9. 1 is project qualifies as a wireless small cell facilities defined by the FCC. Application meets all design requirements in our Muni Code. So that also include applicable federal, state, and local laws. The project is in a preferred location or the most preferred location, or has a granted exception. Project on the most preferred structure or has a granted exception. Project not on a prohibited structure, applicant has demonstrated it can obtain service connections and provide plans showing proposed service connection routes. 7, applicant demonstrates compliance with FCC rules for RF emissions. All required public noticing has been given. And then lastly, we want to make sure they're paying their fees and deposits and or enrolled in quarterly billing. And the last part 3 of 3 in terms of substantial changes, build out period. We currently have a build out period, and that's the time of when we approve a wireless application to when they actually have to complete and deemed final for the actual construction. So the facility is up and running. We currently give them 1 year and a 1 year extension. That is now changing to a 1 year build out period and a 6-month extension period. The appeal window is moving from 5 days to 10. The appeal authority is moving from the SIC to a hearing officer. And then the appeal basis will not be anything that is not RF related. It will be limited to the director findings. And the purpose of this is, having been through a lot of appeals, there are a lot of things that gets appealed that honestly staff and public works in the city has really no expertise on or have no guidance on. So a lot of this is like real estate property values. That's not one of the metric that we look at approving an application. So moving forward, we want to make sure that when something gets appealed, we actually have knowledge on in terms of how to review the appeal. So with that, the other direction from City Council is, how does this compare to the city of Encinitas? So we have a couple of slides there. Starting with a lot of the similarities. City of San Mateo and Encinitas, we both have the section 6409, and they're not in the policy. We both have voluntary meetings, so we don't have mandatory meetings requiring for an applicant to come in. We both have the term technically infeasible defined in there, and that's physically not possible, with some minor word choices here and there. And then we both send email notifications. We both have a 1 year build out period. We both have annual RF affirmation. We have pre-approved designs, and we both incorporate the exception process into our ordinance and policy. Now, some differences. The application for the city, we receive it via email. The city of Encinitas receives it in person. We allow up to 50 projects to be included in a batch application. The city of Encinitas is up to 5. The submittal notices that get sent out, the applicant does it for the city of San Mateo. For the city of Encinitas, staff does it there. And then in terms of appeal, we're 10 days, there are 7 days, and we have a hearing officer that ultimately decides, and they go to city council. And then lastly, in terms of the differences, restricted sites, ours is 300 feet for residential daycares and schools. Theirs is 500 feet for residential daycare, schools, coastals, and historic districts. In terms of coverage and capacity requirements, we require that upfront. It's not an exception, that's just part of the application requirement. The city of Encinitas does not require that. And then fire department review, that is one thing that we do not require. Now, in the last study session, our deputy fire marshal did speak and noted that they don't see any issues in terms of fire hazard. But the city of Encinitas does have the fire department review each application. And then we do have language in terms of antenna height, and ultimately that is a minimum height of 18 feet, not allowed in the window elevation. And Encinitas has language that talks about maximum antenna height of 5 feet over support. So those are the main changes. We have a lot of public comments. I just want to know, from our public comment period before SIC to SIC, and then after SIC all the way up till 4 p.m. today, we have been receiving a lot of comments. So we're going to try to summarize them as best as possible. So at the left are some major consistencies or buckets that we've been hearing from the public in terms of the community. They want all reviews to be default to consultants in terms of staff reviews of applications. They want to expand the alternative site analysis to 500 feet, more public input on location selection. They have been consistent in wanting stealthing design requirements. These predominantly really affect new poles, and that's integration of the antennas, the power devices, everything into the pole. They want appeals to remain at SIC, and they want the new policy and ordinance to be applied as soon as possible. That was a consistent message that we've been hearing after the SIC meeting. But in summary, all the comments that aren't even mentioned in here in these buckets, the community thinks the proposed policy and ordinance should be more restrictive. In terms of the industry, they are not in favor of restricted areas and exception process, not in favor of all reviews being done by consultants. They do not want RF annual affirmation. They made that pretty clear in a couple of letters as well as comments. The location and design standards are too restrictive and may lead to reduction in small cell investments in San Mateo, and they are not in favor of height restrictions or the language we have proposed. Again, a lot of letters, a lot of comments, but to summarize it up, the industry thinks that our policy and ordinance is too restrictive and burdensome. So with that, I am going to bring it back to staff's recommendation again. We have a lot of public and industry input, great direction early on. SIC voted 4-0 to move it forward to tonight. Hopefully, we propose and describe the changes pretty effectively. And these updates are defensible, again, not just from our own internal city attorney team that has been integrated into the review, but also telecom law firm. So there are two parts to this. Staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution approving a city policy establishing rules, procedural, and substantial rules for small wireless facilities in the public right-of-way. Again, effective immediately will be the policies, sections 2 through 6 and sections 9 through 13. Only the director findings and the noticing will have to wait until the full effect if we ultimately adopt this in 12-9. Part 2 is introduce the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 17.10 of the wireless communication facilities in the public right-of-way. And again, if that goes through, then we'll bring this back on 12-9. And then after that, the full ordinance and the full policy will be in effect 30 days after. So this is where we're currently at 11:18. Hopefully we get to 12:9, and then the green dot there represents when the ordinance and full policy will be in effect. So with that, thank you very much, JU Engineer Manager. I want to note that our whole entire team is here to answer questions because this is quite the topic, from Matt Fabry, our director, to our deputy director, Catherine Sheehan, to Jason Hilary, to my right here, which is really the brains of the operation, looking through all the applications in the last couple of years. Prasanna is also here as well, our city attorney, as well as Trip May, managing partner with Telecom Law Firm. So thank you, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. City Clerk, do we have public comment on this?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have received some requests to speak on this item. As of right now, I have 14 requests to speak in chambers. If you wish to speak on this item and you are participating in our virtual environment, please raise your hand now. We'll give you a few moments to do so, and we will be calling the last speaker. And if any additional requests come in after the name of the last speaker has been called, we will not be taking your comments. So please raise your hand now if you wish to speak on this item. Okay. Madam Mayor, we have received a total number of requests to speak. Oh, we're still getting some more. Okay. Madam Mayor, so that is a total of 18 requests to speak. And I will note that we do have one request for an organized presentation, which we will take during the virtual component of our public comment. So per council adopted rules and procedures for 18 requests to speak, that would be 2 minutes per speaker. So we look for council direction on that. Alrighty. So we'll begin with our in-person request to speak first. So when I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that would be greatly appreciated. Our first 3 speakers in chambers will be Diana Dominguez, followed by Bill Wardell and Bridget Doherty.
I had so much to say. Well, you're hearing everything that's going on. I'm like, okay, I probably just have a couple of minutes. So first of all, this is Grace and Dario. We moved recently in August. We moved to San Martin. We have a beautiful home over there, but we still work in San Mateo County. We still have a property here, and we still love our community here. And it was really important for us to make it to this meeting. We couldn't come last week because she got in, or last month because she got injured. And we almost didn't make it this month because we were celebrating his birthday at Universal Studios and we were supposed to be coming back today. But we all sacrificed that we came back yesterday so we could be ready for it today. So thank you to them. But also the reason it's important for me to come here is to thank you all for hearing us out, for making this ordinance. Thank you for Public Works. I do hope that we can tighten it up and be more like Encinitas. Foster City dropped the ball. They have those everywhere. I also want to appreciate the fact that there was like 130 applications that were either denied or also some antennas that were taken off. I appreciate that. I just don't understand how these companies can put those antennas up before getting approved. How do they feel so comfortable? So let's not let them be that comfortable to start putting antennas up before we approved it. We need to approve it. Let me look at my notes. I don't want to miss anything. Is there anything that you want to say to City Council besides thanking them? Yeah, and what I can say about real estate, buyers don't want to buy a house that has a cell facility too close. And 500 feet is good. I wouldn't buy something that would be less than 500 feet. Encinitas did a lot of research and just coincidentally I heard about it. So if we follow their guidelines, we'll be really in a good place. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that was pretty much it. What concerns me is how they're able to put them up beforehand. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next three speakers will be Bill Wardell, followed by Bridget Doherty and John Connolly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and distinguished members of the council and city staff. My name is Bill Wardwell. I've called San Mateo home for 56 of my 79 years. I love this city, and that's why I'm still here. I spent 23 years of my professional life as an Air Force pilot. I flew in Vietnam, and I finished my career in Desert Storm, and I flew everything in between. Part of my duties involved handling nuclear weapons. And as part of that, I got really educated in radiation and what different kinds of things can happen. Unbelievable amount of training in that since I was handling these weapons. If I understand it correctly, there have been some restrictions on putting the 5G in some of the neighborhoods. I hope that's true. If I also understand correctly, there's still a few more to go. The right thing to do is to get rid of this 5G. I will tell you from my own standpoint, I had no problem with communications before 5G ever hit this neighborhood. So I did implore you to continue any effort to get rid of this stuff. We won't be the first city to do it. We won't be the last. You have a chance to make a real name for our community and do service to everybody in here. You're all affected by it. I'm affected by it. The people in here are affected by it. Everybody's affected by it no matter where they are. Do the right thing, get rid of 5G. And I thank you for any efforts you can make. I would also like to add that it's my understanding that the group, No Sellout or whatever, Sellout, has been covering their own legal expenses out of their own pocket. I would ask the city, since you're benefiting from this information, to consider reimbursement to the lawyers that have been helping them.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. And before I call the next speaker, I'd just like to announce our last speaker on this item will be Jeremy Stroup. So Jeremy will be our last virtual public commenter. Our next three speakers will be Bridget Doherty, followed by John Connolly and Bernard Brand.
I have not met all of you in person, but I really like to follow politics in our city, politics in general. I very much appreciate the work here. Anyway, I have something short. Thank you, City Council. Dear City Council members, thank you for listening to us, the citizens of San Mateo. We live and work here just like you. We feel that we should have an integral part in the present and future of our city. We have worked hard to be heard. We are grateful. Thank you. We love San Mateo and cannot wait to see the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Connolly. Is John with us? Okay, our next speaker will be Bernard Brand, followed by Jen Kilroy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, City Council, to give us some time. Thank you for the whole work you did on this directive. I think that looked very good. And nobody like it. One side say it's too restrictive, the other say not restrictive enough. So maybe we are right in the middle. That's encouraging at that point. And thanks for the work, all your work on that, okay? And I think it's important we control the installation of this 5G, which is for broadband, so it's not needed everywhere. We have a lot of other ways to connect through fiber and things like that, like I have at home. So if we can limit the radiation, even we have no right to say it normally, okay? But at least for the aesthetic and avoid putting these things in front of windows. One was planned in front of my window, about 10 feet from the window. So that's not a very good thing for the city. Okay, so you did a good job and keep working on it. And I hope you can approve it today and finalize in December so we can put that behind us and move forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Jen Kilroy, followed by Robert Kiss and Dominic Giovanetti.
Good evening, City Council and team members. I'm speaking as a private citizen, not representing the group. I'm here to touch on three things. I want to thank you. I want to talk about a particular cell site scenario. And lastly, ask for your help. I am tremendously grateful for the actions being taken. Frankly, I'm blown away. When this stuff bubbled up, I reached out to a childhood friend who's a city manager elsewhere and said, basically, this is one of the most powerful, entities in the United States. Good luck. So I am in awe. I live just down the road here, across from Sarah High on Stratford Way. This weekend, I was reading articles researching the impact of these small towers. And oddly, I stumbled upon an outfit that, as far as I can tell, is a broker that looks to pair people that have sites they want to rent with the carriers. And the company was called Steel in the Air, like steel, the metal, in the air.com. The person states in the article that they had lived within about 200 feet of a cell tower and would do so again, but that they might not say the same about a small cell located 20 feet from their bedroom window. So yesterday, I got out the tape measure. We have one that's been approved. We are, it's called adjacent to 451 West 20th, so just up here at Stratford. It's 41 feet, plus or minus, from the study area in Sarah High and offices. I live right across the street. It's closer to one of my neighbors and another one in the other direction. Last month, I took a trip with several childhood friends to what I call Saber Life, as one is terminally ill with cancer. She lives a very clean life, runner, healthy diet, never smoked, yada, yada. Illness has never run in her family. So it makes me question what environmental factors potentially have contributed. The risk far outweighs the reward, and I'm asking for help and the guidance of the city. What might we do to relocate this site? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Robert Kiss, followed by Dominic and Dr. Vikash.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to be clear that I'm speaking as an individual, exactly the same as in my prior comments, public comments on this topic, and with the appeal I made in 2023 regarding device permit application 61. First, I want to acknowledge the efforts of DPW, SIC, council members, and all city staff who contributed to the updated ordinance draft before you this evening. It represents a significant step forward in regulating these devices. Thank you to all involved. I support and encourage the council to adopt this ordinance on your agenda, even though I think 500 feet would be more appropriate. That said, while Crown Castle recently canceled more than 100 permit applications, there are still more than 20 prior applications which have not been canceled and appear on the GIS website in various states, including expired encroachment permits. Some people are referring to these as the illegal 21. I will remind you that location 61 at my home was illegally energized by Crown Castle and cited in the city's demand letter of July 17th. This device has an expired encroachment permit yet its fate seems unclear. In addition, applications 52 and 63 in my Sugarloaf neighborhood also have expired EPs, while 62 shows as having a final EP. I'm also aware of applications 82 on Elm and 127 on San Mateo Diablo that are in similar states of limbo. Based on my understanding, the adoption of the updated ordinance tonight may not preclude these devices from becoming fully operational in their locations. Many of us are wondering what is Crown Castle's strategy in canceling many but not all permit applications. I'm running out of time. My take is they still cannot be trusted, and we will be dealing with issues around these 21 if you don't take further action regarding these. I implore you, the city council, the city attorney, the city manager, please use all your authority to do the right thing and go beyond the updated ordinance. Please don't let this become the forgotten 21.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Dominic Giovanetti, followed by Dr. Vikash and Josh Burns.
Good evening, Mayor Diaz-Nash and council. I'm also speaking to you as a private citizen. I live up the street on 20th Avenue, right across from Sarah High School. I also want to thank the Public Works for everything that you've done here. It's amazing work. I love the idea behind the restricted sites. It seems to be that's on a go-forward basis. I'd love to understand what we would do as a city for the towers that are already there. I have a daughter and a son that are 3 and 6 years old that live, their bedrooms probably 80 to 100 feet away from the tower up the street. And so I'm concerned, for my family and all the other families that live in San Mateo that are by the towers that are existing. So while I appreciate, if this motion passes on a go forward basis, I'd love to know what we're doing as a city for what's already there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Dr. Vikash, followed by Josh Burns and Kelly Ryerson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. I came up with a passage for our new ordinance, our proposed ordinance. It's called 300 feet. What does 300 feet do for everyone? 300 feet gives peace of mind for both sides. 300 feet effectively and efficiently serves the video gamers and tubers irrespective of their content. 300 feet, on the other side, reduces stress and anxiety. 300 feet avoids unnecessary induction of cortisol, which can lead to depression, weight gain, and thoughts of hopelessness. 300 feet reduces the risk of neurological diseases and cancer. 300 feet reduces the risk of accelerated aging, such as telomere shortening. 300 feet reduces the risk of fires near our homes. 300 feet keeps money flowing to the city. 300 feet keeps us fully connected. 300 feet maintains San Mateo as a technologically forward-thinking city with the community members' health in mind. 300 feet makes San Mateo a wonderful and safer place to live. 300 feet creates happiness for all. So let's ensure 300 feet. I prefer 500. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jason. And thank you, Matt, for all your help. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Josh Burns, followed by Kelly Ryerson and Irina Mavridis.
Hi, just taking a minute to speak in support of the proposed changes to the wireless communications ordinances. It's heartening to see collaboration between passionate citizens, city leaders, and external legal experts, all leading to the proposed ordinance changes that, as mentioned previously, are sensible and reasonable, despite what Crown Castle or Verizon may say via the nebulous legalese sent by their legal minions, as the local ordinances are only becoming similar to what already exists in other jurisdictions in our state, such as Encinitas. It is also critical to stay the course and approve these ordinance changes tonight, as delaying further gives Crown Castle another window of time to ram through more profit-seeking wireless permits on behalf of Verizon. Nearly 200 new wireless sites is far past providing an essential service. There is a reason that Verizon has, quote unquote, achieved fixed wireless subscriber targets 15 months ahead of schedule, quoting from their most recent quarterly report. They're taking the same strategy of bombarding towns and cities across the country with hundreds of wireless installations executed via outdated and weakly written wireless ordinances, coupled with vague legal threats framed around snippets of FCC rules. Moving away from outdated and weakly written wireless ordinances is of the utmost urgency. Approving these changes not only protects the residents of San Mateo, but also provide a nudge to neighboring towns and cities like Burlingame, Hillsborough, Belmont, and others to wake up and take action to revisit their own wireless ordinances, likely modeling their ordinances off of what you approved tonight. Even after approving the ordinance changes tonight, I implore you to stay vigilant and up to date on the wireless topic. The drive to generate many more billions in revenue will likely lead Crown Castle and Verizon to take aggressive action in San Mateo. Considering San Mateo staff and the staff from other town cities are invited to meet bi-monthly with up to 15 Verizon and other telecommunication employees.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Kelly Ryerson, followed by Irina Mavridis and Martin Elliott.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. This is an exciting day, and each time we get to come and hear about these things, it's very exciting. But tonight I'm speaking as a private citizen. There were a few items that are in the presentation that I just wanted to raise. One thing that I'm concerned about is the $565 cost to appeal. That is really prohibitive, and I think it's actually could be an issue of environmental justice and injustice if someone can't afford to address their concerns. So if you could take a look at that, that would be great. When you think about it, if we're going to have batching of 50 towers at a time, if you had that cost to appeal each of those, that would be $29,000. So I don't think that should fall on the citizen to appeal. Second, we were hoping that we were going to be passing this tonight because we are anxious as we see Crown Castle trying to submit permits. And we feel very concerned that they're going to be ramming them through if we wait until January. So anything you can do to expedite would be very much appreciated. Finally, I would like to implore you to cancel the master license that we have with Crown Castle because of their multiple violations, including the really obscene activation of the multiple towers without final approval, as well as their sloppy work and really disrespecting our city and our infrastructure. It's just insulting. I love our city. It's beautiful. And so leaving sloppy work behind, I think, justifies the cancellation of the master license agreement. But thank you so much. And thank you also to Public Works and to Jay and Jason for all of your work on this.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Irina Mavridis, followed by Martin Elliott.
Good evening, Mayor Lisa Diaz-Nash, Deputy Mayor Rob Newsom, and council members. Thank you for all the time and attention that you have given to this. It's been over a year and a half that we've been coming here, and we're so grateful. We're grateful to the staff. We're grateful to the council that listened to us. For the city attorney, I'm grateful for you, but I'm also a little bit frustrated that it took so long to get us here. I know you always look out for the interests of the city, and you're very conservative in that, and 100% that makes sense. But if we didn't have council people who were decent, good people that cared about the community, that listened to the community and said, well, maybe we can explore this a little more. Prasanna says no, but maybe we can explore. Prasanna's saying no, but maybe we can find out. Because when we were coming to you, we were not just coming as a group of hysterical residents. We came with evidence. We came with Encinitas. We came with Ariel Strauss and Andrew Campanelli, who have done this all over the nation and said there are ways to push back. There's ways to maximize the restrictions, not to prohibit, but to maximize restrictions. So maybe as a little bit of constructive criticism, we would like you to maybe listen to some of the things that we say, especially when we do bring experts who know what they're talking about. And I do appreciate so much everyone who took the time to listen to us. And I can't tell you how much that means to us, because if we didn't have you, it would have ended with just, no, you can't do it. And here we are. You said we can't have setbacks. We're being proposed setbacks. We're so happy. I'll take the 300. 500 would be nice, but I'll take the 300. In terms of staff, I'm grateful to you, but I'm also a little frustrated because you continue to approve applications that are unfortunately very, very faulty, inaccurate, with misleading false statements. Every time we have Ariel Strauss take a look at them, every time Crown Castle suddenly withdraws and cancels, and then the applicant reapplies, and we're on this merry-go-round, So please, get that technical expert to guide you. We understand this is not something that everyone is an expert on. We appreciate you. Listen to Ariel Strauss tonight, and thank you for everything. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Martin Elliott.
Thank you, Council. Hello, my name is Martin Elliott. I have a home on Hacienda Street in San Mateo, and I also am very grateful for the work that's been done to get us to this point. So thank you very much. I have a career in running compliance programs in the financial services industry. And so I've been on the side of having to deal with low-risk good clients and high-risk bad clients, appeals process, lawsuits, litigation, all the ugly stuff. What I see is a lot of good work, but there's a couple of little things you need to tweak, particularly when it comes to application fees. And I didn't see an application fee for restricted sites. But if I'm Crown Castle, where I'm going to go is I'm going to keep pushing those restricted sites because you didn't say they were prohibited. And guess what? Guess where your big source of appeals are going to come from? Your appeals are going to come from all the restricted sites as people realize that restricted does not mean prohibited. So unless you have what I would call a nudge in the terms of a more higher application fee for restricted sites, you're going to see a ton of appeals from people like myself and others. Now, I would appreciate that you need to have an appeal fee. I would say for the general public, lower it down. But again, the solution really is higher application fees for anything restricted to guide the industry away from the neighborhoods that you don't want to be impacted. You have the power to do it. I would urge you to do it. If you ever want to talk to me about some of the lessons I've learned, I'm happy to share. With that, I also feel this reminds me so much of a history lesson. It feels like it's 1850 and 1860, and the railroads come along down the pike and the small cities are reacting. To your credit, you've done a great job. And so if this was the 1850s and 60s, you just told Standard Pacific and Pacific Union to run by your rules, which is a good thing. So keep up the strong spines and heed my warnings because I know you want to eliminate as many.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move to our virtual public comment, which we will begin with an organized presentation led by Ariel Strauss. Ariel, please unmute your mic and you have the ability to turn on your camera.
Good evening. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Ariel Strauss. I'm legal counsel to local community group No Sellouts. We very much appreciate your work on this update. I previously submitted 2 letters to the S&I Commission. Now reiterate the most important recommendations, but also, of course, ask that we make other changes and corrections shown in my letters. For context, I want to remind the council that unlike virtually every other type of city permit, unless a site is stealth, so does not appear to be a wireless permit or wireless site, under FCC regulations, the applicant or future applicants can entirely swap out the existing equipment or add new antennas extended 6 feet out horizontally or 10 feet upwards above the pole, regardless of zoning, height restrictions, or conditions on a permit itself. This problem leads to 2 protective recommendations. First, facilities should require to be entirely stealth whenever feasible. I propose specific language from policy section 11Q in the red line attached to my letter. Second, applicants should be required to evaluate the feasibility and visual impact of co-location on any wireless site within 300 or 500 feet, whether inside or outside the ROW. In some instances, proactive co-location is the best option to minimize new visual intrusion and reduce the risk of unwanted future expansion. Staff should be enabled to make an informed decision with this information, and this proposed change is shown in my red line to policy section 10D. Continuing with the theme of minimizing visual disturbances, the city's current design guidelines, number 1, require that the location be the least intrusive, technically feasible option, but this SMART rule was inexplicably dropped from the proposed policy. And under the draft policy, there no longer is an obligation to consider a side yard versus directly in front of a house, for instance. So there's no need to consider whether another nearby pole that also equally meets the standards is in fact superior. And so the city is faced with fewer options for minimizing the visual impact. Of course, this context should be considered where multiple feasible compliant options exist, and current design guideline section or rule number 1 should be included in the current policy as well. Over the past few years, Crown Castle has been flooding the city with applications that are approved, but very often voluntarily withdrawn as soon as they're appealed by neighbors, and many commentators have spoken about this. If the sites truly met a real need or comply with existing policies, there's no rational reason for them not to simply fight the appeal to protect the investment they already made in the application. This shows that Crown Castle's applications in many instances, despite approval, would not stand up to scrutiny. And this history leads to two further policy recommendations. First, until now, we've been speaking only of changes to their proposed policy, but wish to request now a change here to the ordinance. Because Crown Castle has pulled the department-approved permits in the face of appeals, has been able to reapply for the same site, sometimes as many as 3 times. This smacks of chicanery. Had the applicant lost on appeal, it typically would be with prejudice and it would be unable to reapply for 1 year. We recommend that when an applicant withdraws an application to face an appeal, unless the appellant so consents, the withdrawal should count as with prejudice. We similarly request that the new higher barrier $500 fee be rejected to avoid unfairness to lower income residents. Turning to the second and final policy recommendation that could be enacted tonight, and where I wish to close, the most important change that is needed is for the city to automatically hire a technical expert for every exception request. The Encinitas policy, for instance, states that consultants are presumptively required. But under the proposed policy, there is no guidance. Under this proposed policy, residential areas will appropriately be off limits, unless the applicant can demonstrate that federal or state law forces the city to allow the site. But making this determination demands an understanding of the applicant's technical objectives and their system capabilities and alternatives, as well as utility pole construction, load bearing standards. Plainly, staff simply don't have this expertise, and that's natural and understandable. Many cities routinely use consultants. If the applicant has presented all the requisite technical information demonstrating preemption, then a consultant will spend little time reviewing and at small cost to the applicant. But on the other hand, where there is not sufficient evidence, the technical expert will see this and create a record that supports the city complying with the policy priorities while minimizing legal risk. Making use of an expert routinely and with clarity to the applicant in advance, particularly in the case of exceptions, will give the policy teeth and minimize the risk that these exceptions will be used unnecessary and unjustifiably. This is the most important change requested, the proposed language in the red line edits to section 6K. Please make this change and approve the policy tonight so that all new applications will be required to comply with these new approved standards. Thank you very much. We appreciate what you are doing.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Jeremy Straub. Jeremy, please unmute your mic.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Stroop, and I'm a municipal engagement partner with Verizon Wireless. In our experience, utilization of an exception-based process produces extensive review times due to the massive workload for city staff. This creates multiple conflicts with shot clock requirements, but more importantly, Verizon believes that it would create a prohibition of service. I would encourage City Council to review the map provided to you by our outside counsel, which concluded that 91% of San Mateo would be subjected to the exception small cell application process. We believe this creates a prohibition of service. An exception-based application process is an effective ban on the deployment of small cells in San Mateo. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item. And just a brief update to our prior report of technical issues. We are now streaming to YouTube.
Excellent. That's great news. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm going to close public comment now, but I really do want to say thank you to everyone who participated. Lots of great feedback. I bring it back to council. Who has questions or comments? Councilmember Hedges.
First, I want to say to staff, to Jay and to Matt and to Jason, it's amazing work. The delivery of this tonight was perfect. It was easy to follow. I really appreciate it. This is something that I have zero expertise in, so it's always good. I want to say even farther that I think with Matt's leadership, you've really put a community-facing face on the Public Works Department. And I think that's clear from what people are saying tonight. So I really appreciate all the work's been done since Matt has taken over. So thank you. I do have a few questions. it does concern me, the $565, because I can't guarantee you, but it would be a pretty good bet to lay that we'll get very few, if any, application or appeals from Shoreview, from Los Prados, from North Central at $565. So it does have a cooling of people who might be concerned. And the reason I use the word concerned, the reason I got involved in this was I went out to meet with some of the folks that were really worried about this. And I saw fear in the eyes of mothers with cell towers 40 feet from their kids' bedrooms. So again, I don't know much about the science, but I know a lot about fear. And I felt we had to do something about that. So I'm wondering why we're actually allowing 50 proposals in a batch. That does seem high to me, and I probably should raise this earlier. And why 300 feet and not 500 feet? I'm sure you have some good reasons for it, but I really need to know personally. Because it seems to me, in this case, more is better than less.
Yeah, I could start with answering for the 50. So in the state legislation, in the assembly bill, it does classify how many a city can accept, and it's determined by population. And we have used that guideline, and 50 is the amount that has been designated with our population. Second, 300 feet, that is for about 3 years that we've been looking at applications and the technology. Now, again, we're not the experts in this realm of wireless technology, but we can tell you as staff that has seen a lot of applications, about 300 feet is the technology that applicants are submitting on. And that's what the industry is telling us, that for their effective range, it's about 300 feet. So that's where we set it at.
Okay. And what about the master license, Crown Counsel? That was brought up by one of the speakers.
Yeah, they have a master license agreement with the city. That is one criteria if you want to have antennas and installations on our city-owned poles. So they do have a master license agreement with the city.
And do they have a charge, or do they have to pay a fee for that?
That I do not.
$270.
Jason could answer that.
They pay a annual $270
For the license?
Yeah. Per site, excuse me.
Oh, per
That is
site.
per site on our
Okay,
city
good.
streetlights. Mhm.
That makes me feel better.
If I can interject briefly, that $270 fee per pole, per city pole is set by federal law, it's not by the city's choice. So it's by FCC rule.
Okay. I was wondering, just thinking out loud here, if we could set up a fee for areas where people are less well off from that master license, so that we could contribute some money to help people who want to make an appeal but can't afford to. That would be one of the questions I asked. I am really worried about that. I think that's, now I'm sure I'll think of something else after listening to all of my colleagues here.
Thank you. Councilmember Lorraine.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think I'll start by just piggybacking a little bit on Councilmember Hedges' question about the appeal fee, and maybe just ask staff if there is an opportunity to consider some kind of partial waiver or subsidy, as I believe is sometimes applied to other fees in the city, for those who might qualify under income specifications, et cetera.
When we developed the fee, we really wanted to understand how much it costs for staff and city resources. It's very intensive, I would say that. And $565, as mentioned in the presentation, is only 30% of the cost recovery, and that doesn't even include the city attorney fees, as well as really a lot of our overhead. in there. But no, looking at Matt here, maybe that's something that we can visit potentially. But I just want to give some additional context of where the fee came from.
I'll just say through the mayor, I mean, I think we've been going with appeals with no appeal fee for all this time. And so we've been processing all those. And as Jay mentioned, it, costs us a certain amount of city staff time to process all those appeals and bring those through to the hearing body, which has been SIC in the past. So we looked at what other appeal fees are in the city, and those were the ones we found. So we thought it made sense to propose setting it at the same level as other appeals. If council wants to direct something different in terms of an appeal fee, then we'll take that policy direction and move forward with that. I think our intent is not to be a burden to people to apply, but it's also recognizing that if somebody's going to appeal, that they need to be focused on submitting an appeal that's we had some appeals where we'd get something where it's a few sentences in an email that says I appeal this based on this, and so we want people to be serious appeals so that we're processing serious appeals, but we also don't want to do something that prevents or puts a burden for people being able to do that. So we're happy to take the policy direction from council in terms of how they'd like to proceed on that.
I can also jump in here as well. I think our outside counsel wanted to opine here on the appeal fee question. So maybe I'll ask the city clerk if we can allow him to speak.
Yes, Trip May, you may unmute your mic.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, great. I'm going to try to turn my camera on, but it looks like I'm not able to. The fees are regulated by federal law as well. So I think based on what I'm hearing in the conversation, what is being discussed is permissible, but it would have to be adopted also within the confines of cost-based regulation, right? So the general rule that you need to follow is you can never charge anybody more than the reasonable approximation of the actual objectively reasonable cost on a non-discriminatory basis. And so in this context, non-discriminatory is what matters. The non-discriminatory element applies to competitors within the wireless or communications space. So if the city wanted to explore reducing the fee for residents to file an appeal, they certainly could, without having to also waive the fee for non-residents or applicants themselves who are filing applications and then seeking an appeal from a denial.
So if I can add on to that, and Trip, feel free to jump in here. So, the application fee for telecom companies can't be more than the processing cost of that fee. And also the application fee cannot differ between different companies, say, for example, from Crown Castle to Verizon to AT&T or anyone else. So that's one principle to keep in mind. I mean, I think a separate principle is just the amount of the appeal fee. Certainly, the appeal fee itself also can't be more than the staff costs associated with processing an appeal. And as indicated earlier by Jay and others, the appeal fee is much less than the actual cost of processing an appeal. It doesn't mean that the council could change the council could make the appeal fee something different. But if the council wanted to direct staff to look at a reduction in the fee or something lower or some sort of sliding scale, I would encourage you just to think about all appeal fees in general, not just the appeal fee in this instance, because I think you'd want to be careful to not create a different scheme for the appeal fee for wireless facilities than our appeal fees in general. In other words, if you're going to cut people a break, then it's better to take a broader look at it. And I don't know if Trip had anything to add to that.
I think that's good advice. Within the context of the law that we're looking at here, the most important thing is to make sure that we're treating similarly situated entities the same. or similarly situated people playing. So the rules just have to be the same for everyone who's playing.
I appreciate all that. I think my reaction to that is to share with my fellow council members that if a number of us were sufficiently interested in perhaps asking staff to consider in the future taking a look at appeal fees for the potential, maybe a slightly deeper look at what has been offered in the past with regard to any sort of discount or subsidy, or et cetera. How might these apply in the future? But I think personally tonight, I'm okay with going ahead with the fee as proposed, and just throwing out that perhaps we could take a look more broadly, as was mentioned, to see if there's anything that would be useful to be done there. Thank you for that. I did have a few more questions. I wanted to return to the public comment given earlier, and we heard a number of other public comments afterward on this item, sort of asking on the status of some applications. I guess more broadly, I wonder if we could just hear an update on, perhaps from Director Fabio or otherwise, on what was shared with us earlier related to a stop work notice, and sort of what might be the current status of existing applications from Crown Castle.
Sure. Yeah. And I made some comments a couple weeks ago at the council meeting at the end of the meeting in regards to this. And I checked with staff afterwards, and that's what I get for talking before checking with staff. But I got some of it not entirely 100% correct, but we do have a stop work notice on Crown Castle. And the intent of that was to address some of the challenges that we were having in terms of things that have been talked about before in terms of energizing facilities without getting approvals and inspections from the city. There was a lot of utilities being damaged by their fiber work, and just a lot of challenges that we were having. So we put the stop work notice in place. We worked collaboratively with them to develop a QA/QC plan in terms of all the things that they needed to do to make sure that we could feel comfortable with them moving forward. We put some conditions in there in terms of, different phases of work that they needed to do, which included that they needed to do CCTV on some of these utilities that they crossed when they did their fiber work to make sure that these utilities hadn't been damaged. And they needed to deal with the ended up being 21 sites that they energized, that they needed to get those fully through the city process and inspected and all of that. And in that QA/QC plan, we had some numerical thresholds in terms of when they could submit new applications. And the whole goal was that we needed to slow things down because we were getting inundated with applications by Crown Castle, yet they weren't proceeding in terms of getting everything built. And so we keep getting these huge numbers of applications, but not very much progress on things getting built. And so we put language in there that they were agreeable to, that said that they needed to complete at least 50% of their existing applications before they could submit new applications. And then I think we put a ratio in there that said, once you get going on doing things, you need to complete 5 of your existing ones before one new application comes in. So, but this was all under the context of the fact that they had to have this phased approach to getting their work done under the stop work. And we started with doing the CCTV work, and then we've allowed them to move forward on doing some of the restoration associated with some of their sites because we were getting complaints and concerns from the citizens that, I've got a hole that they did on my street and it's temporary asphalt and it's falling apart and it's unsafe. And so we wanted to make sure that we were dealing with those things. So those are the 2 things that they've been doing in terms of the, and then all of that math that I mentioned in terms of the 50% and whatnot was complicated by the fact that Crown Castle then just recently canceled 130 of their applications. And so we went from having, 180 applications down to 40 or something like that. And so it suddenly changed the whole scenario that we hadn't anticipated in terms of if you try to go directly by that math. And so getting to the permits that Crown Castle has recently gone forward with and withdrawn and resubmitted, these were permits that were already applied for previously. So they were ones that they had applied for before the stop work notice went into place. They had voluntarily told those permits, which means that they agreed to put them on hold and stop the shot clock. They then decided recently that they were going to untoll those. And so under the requirements, we have no choice but to review those. Otherwise, if we don't review them within the shot clock, they're automatically deemed approved. So we had to review those. Staff reviewed those, ended up approving those permits. They were appealed. As staff was reviewing the appeals, they had conversations with Crown about issues in the appeals, and we're talking about the preliminary position in terms of staff, in terms of going forward for the SIC for the appeals. Crown Castle decided to withdraw those applications, but then they recently reapplied for those on Friday, I believe. Presumably, I haven't talked to staff about this and know what's in there, but presumably they've changed their applications, presumably to address things that were raised in the appeals. I don't know that for sure because I haven't talked to staff about that, but these are not necessarily new applications that were coming outside of the existing stop work. These were existing applications that they had told. They decided to untoll them. You can argue, I guess, that when they withdrew those and then reapplied, that they're now new applications. But I guess in the context of things, we'll have to review that in the context of what was agreed to with Crown Castle in terms of the QA/QC plan and see if we feel like what's happening is inconsistent with what they've agreed to. But it's, it wasn't 100% accurate what I said a couple weeks ago, which I thought was that we said that you couldn't submit anything until you got through certain phases of the work. There's phases of work, but it was sort of a separate thing that had these different thresholds of when they could submit new applications. So it's a very long answer to your question, but hopefully it provides you and the audience the context of where we're at with that situation.
Indeed. Thank you. Let's see. I wanted to talk a bit about the decision to reserve the right, it seems to me, to hire third-party consultants for assistance with nearly any portion of an application review. We've heard from members of the public that they'd like to see consultants tapped for all applications or potentially all applications at restricted sites. And so I was just curious about the decision in the draft policy, why we landed where we did. Is it due to considerations of cost or local control or legal concerns or anything in particular?
I could take that one. So when we looked at it, we wanted to have discretion, ultimately, some flexibility. Ultimately, if we write it in there that all applications will be reviewed by a consultant, we don't know what the consultant landscape looks like. We don't know what the rates would be. So we wanted to add some discretion in there. But I want to add that the intent is for us to move towards using more third-party consultant reviews. We currently have it for RF admissions. We're slowly going to issue an RFP depending on how the ordinance and policy ultimately unfolds. We have an RFP ready to go ahead and get services to really have a consultant on board to look at the whole entire process. So that's something that's in the works, but ultimately we do want some discretion as we're updating this policy and ordinance.
Thank you. I did want to ask about the RF compliance portion. I just wanted to confirm, you did mention the affirmations, and it seems that we have we're asking affirmations that the devices were installed properly and are operating as designed. And are we, so I guess like the first question on that is, are we just confirming that we're not necessarily asking for testing of each device on an annual basis, but rather an affirmation that these devices were installed properly to design and are operating as designed?
That is correct. And it's more so when they submit the application, they have to demonstrate in the application process that you can meet FCC's RF emissions requirements, the threshold that they set. So when they submit the application, they then certify that by an RF engineer to say you're in compliance. The RF affirmation is after you've installed it, every single year you need to send affirmation, a certification to the city to say that you're still in compliance.
Okay, and I had a small question related that had to do with the FCC form that is in that part of the policy that mentions, in addition to this affirmation, they would like the completion of this FCC form, an optional, or rather, optional's in the name, but we are asking for it, form that has to do with, it has like a checklist related to the device and involves considerations on categorical exclusions or providing some information. And I was just curious, I just took a look at, I Googled for the form and took a look at it, and it seemed to indicate like a flow chart of determining whether a device is categorically excluded. And I was curious, what happens if that form is completed and the device is found to not be excluded? Is that even possible under the assumption that within the application itself, these would have to conform to RF emissions FCC standards?
I'm going to defer that one to Trip May. I don't know if you could have, I guess, more context to that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question. Sorry, my video. So the categorical exclusion applies primarily to tall towers. So it can apply to things in the right of way, particularly if they're along like transmission sites for electrical distribution lines or transmission lines that are very tall. But it is just a way of checking to see which box the compliance of this particular facility falls into. So it's not categorically excluded. Then we'd want to see also the RF report that shows that the equipment that is being proposed will operate within the FCC's limits. And it's a fairly simple mathematical problem to work itself out. So a radio operates on a frequency, it gets amplified, and then there's gain in the antenna, and there's only so much power that can come through the amplifier of the antenna from that frequency. And through those variables, you can calculate whether anybody could possibly get into the field of emissions that would exceed the FCC's maximum permissible exposure level. Almost all the facilities are going to be just fine, but there will be situations that come up occasionally due to changes in elevation or proximity to other uses where it's possible that people could enter into those fields. And so it's a series of checks. Like, do we check to see if it's categorically excluded? If it's not, we also want to see what the field of exposure is looking like, and then we compare that against the actual environment, and then that gives us the scope of our authority to craft conditions to say you need to exclude people from particular areas where they're likely to be. In most cases, it'll be up in inaccessible airspace, right? So only a person who scales a pole would be able to get up there. But there may be instances where there's a possibility of it. And so we'd want to be able to see that through that deliberate process of checking through the various forms of analysis.
Thank you. And just quickly, are those forms, would you expect those forms to be the completed forms, potentially including the affirmations, to be available to the public easily, or would they be, public documents that wouldn't necessarily be shared on like the website that we have?
Well, when they're submitted to the city, they would become public records. So they would be available to the city for anyone who wants to access them. There are other ways to make them available, but at this point, it's for people who want to access those types of documents, there is a way for them to get them.
Thank you. I did want to ask about a staff response to Ariel Strauss's comments, specifically about, he brought up some questions about, concerns about potentially requiring modifications and shrouding to most sites. And I guess I wanted to ask a little about I feel like there's a claim there about an issue with our policy not being able to prevent sites from being like excessively modified as to, suddenly be out of compliance potentially. And can we speak a little to do we have a response to that?
I can start a response to that. So there is a federal law. It's Section 6409 of the Middle Class Tax Reduction and Job Creation Act of 2012, which is a mouthful, but it's a short statute that basically says that if there's a proposed co-location or modification to an existing wireless facility that doesn't substantially change its physical dimensions, then the city does not have the authority to say no to that application. The FCC has put a lot more meat on the bones of what substantial means, what existing means, what a wireless facility means. And so you still have regulations in your existing ordinance that's not being modified that processes those kinds of requests. What I believe Ariel Strauss's comment was getting at was trying to be preventive to make sure that the facilities that the city approves stay as close to what they are approved as possible. And I think as possible is probably the most important part of that, because at some point you won't be able to say no. That's the nature of that federal statute. There are things you can do. So for one, checking to make sure that it is an existing facility, that the applicant and the permittee or whoever operates that facility have maintained that facility in compliance with existing codes and have proper permits for what is already there. If they don't have that, we're done. It's not inside that realm of discussion. Number two, checking to see if it is within the boundaries of a substantial change. And there is a long list of things that the FCC lays out in terms of its criteria for that. So it's height, width, number of equipment cabinets, ground disturbance, but importantly, concealment elements. So any change to an existing facility that would defeat the existing concealment elements of that facility is deemed to be substantial and therefore outside of the boundaries of automatic approval. Where I take a little issue, it's a small one, but it's an important one with Ariel's comment, is that he wants complete stealth. And that is a great standard to hold up, but it's hard to achieve, especially when we're talking about boxes on poles on the side of the road. It's hard to be completely stealth. I mean, that standard was really designed for fake trees, architecturally integrated features on existing buildings, that kind of thing. But the standard that we need to apply really is the concealment elements. And so your policy has inside of it standard conditions of approval that require that the facilities be built out exactly to the approved plans. And it gives the staff the opportunities to call out what is a concealment element, what's important to the city. The policy also has very detailed standards about the design elements. All of those are intended to reduce the visibility of the facility, in part making it more concealed than it would be otherwise. So all of it is working together to produce the kinds of facilities that are going to be more protected than your standard box on a pole on the side of the road, right? And it could be as small as orienting the box away from a prominent view, or it could be as large as replacing the pole with something that has a fully integrated concealment structure. It could also be landscaping around ground equipment that's placed outside the pole, like down, across in a parkway. So there are provisions in this code that are built to protect the city against that kind of thing. The one thing we certainly cannot do is deny applications for new facilities because we're afraid of how ugly or big they could get under the FCC's rules. And they could get very big, and if they're not properly treated at the beginning stages, they could get very ugly. But I think the policy you have in front of you strikes the right balance. Right? There is less concern in an industrial area about concealing the kinds of equipment that goes on the side of a pole on the side of the road than there is on a street that is closer to a residential area, right? So I think the policy is starting to balance that out, where there's fewer restrictions, where we're not concerned about the aesthetic impacts of the facilities, and much more restriction where we are concerned about those types of impacts on the residents and the community at large.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, I did just want to ask about the letter we received from a representative from Verizon. It had a number of concerns related to our policy on things like the project narrative, the change between the SIC meeting and this meeting to require photo simulations of each of the sites in the alternative survey, acoustic analysis, and so on. And I think I was just curious to see if staff had a response to any of those items in particular.
Yeah, I could start the ball, get the ball rolling. A lot of the application requirements or the requirements that we outline, the project narrative, the photo simulations, those are absolutely essential for staff to actually review the application. Without the narrative, without understanding what their objective is, when they submit the alternative site analysis, it's really hard for staff to determine whether there's any merits of this as being feasible or not. So a lot of the requirements that Verizon had outlined is something that we currently have in our ordinance and design standards, and we're just strengthening to require some additional insights to that. In terms of acoustic requirements, I think that's one that we're looking into, and potentially maybe Prasanna or Trip, you can talk a little bit more about that, because that's one where we might revisit.
I'll just invite Trip to address the acoustic analysis portion of the Verizon report.
Sure. So Verizon's letter makes a statement that most small wireless facilities make no noise or very negligible noise. And that's essentially a true statement. Unless there is fan cooling, like an active cooling element inside of an equipment box, like you might see like on a larger public utility box placed on the side of the road, it doesn't really make much more noise than a spinning hard drive, if that. So if the facilities are silent or approaching silence, then I think there is a good case to be made that requiring an acoustic analysis could be just a little bit too far. And it would be something that I would recommend that the city council give the director discretion to waive when the applicant submits manufacturer specifications for all the equipment involved, showing that there is no or negligible sound emitted from the equipment, such that it doesn't combine with other noises from around to create more noise that is allowed in a particular area.
If I can interject here just for a moment, and thank you, Trip, for that. Just to be clear, the acoustic analysis, it's lawful. What the city is requiring is something you can do, but to Trip's point, given the amount of noise that would be generated by these facilities, you could provide some discretion to the Public Works Director, say to allow or require an acoustic analysis just subject to staff's direction. So in other words, the acoustic analysis, if the council wanted to make this change, could say something like, subject to the discretion of the Public Works Director, the applicant shall submit the acoustic analysis, and then as indicated in the rest of the policy. And then if required, the acoustic analysis must also include the things that are spelled out in the policy. So it would mean if you made this change, it would not necessarily be required in every instance, but it allows just a little bit more flexibility.
Thank you very much, and please consider that as noted by me. I would like to consider the council giving the Public Works Director that discretion. And those are my questions. I'll just try to have very quick comments to wrap up so we can hear from others. But I wanted to thank the community, especially those who are still here, for their patience and for working with the city for years through this update process. I do intend to support this draft policy tonight with the understanding that these updates are found by our staff to be defensible and not preempt federal or state law. I think that's the most important part. But with the understanding that they're the result of getting input from the community as well as industry and subject matter experts, and a significant effort on behalf of staff to respond to community concerns and exercise what agency the city does have to guide the placement of these devices to locations that still provide service within compliance, but that deviates least from the city's aesthetic preferences in the public right-of-way as detailed in this policy. The status quo clearly has not seemed to work well enough in our city or its residents over the last year. So I do think it is time for an update. I'm very thankful to staff for the work in trying to find that balance. This concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lee, do you have comments?
I'll keep it brief. I wanted to understand if we have a comparable treatment of withdrawals for permits, like in the case of CDD, if an applicant withdraws their permit and then they resubmit it, do we treat it as a new permit? If that is the case, if we have a working standard, then I would be curious to know if that would be applicable and appropriate to apply in this case to this ordinance. And then also, after our Matt's very comprehensive update, I also am wondering if it makes sense to include a requirement that would enforce a 50% completion before another batch application is submitted, and codify that in the policy as well, if there is an opportunity to do so. Because our application batch number is set relatively high, and we've seen significant and overwhelming number of applications in very short period of time. I think that we have a good reason to address that in the policy, in draft one, right? Because we know that has happened, and if we've already worked out a way to manage it, then I would offer that as an idea to incorporate in this draft. I would agree with the suggestion about offering the Public Works Director discretion about the acoustics assessment evaluation. And other than that, I'm comfortable moving forward. I think that a recoup rate of 30% for an appeal, given the resources constraints that we're in, with a significant budget deficit, with strong consideration for the very time-intensive requirements of these kinds of appeals, and the strain that puts on the organization, and knowing that our Public Works Department is also struggling to recruit and retain staff. We are currently at almost 20% vacancy rates still. I think it's prudent to move forward with the suggested appeal fee. That's all.
If I may chime in on a couple of points, to the mayor. So in terms of a withdrawn application, so once an application is withdrawn and is resubmitted, then of course it's treated as a new application. But we can't require a period of time where they can no longer apply for a new permit because we can't prohibit the deployment of small cell infrastructure, wireless infrastructure. So we can't engage in that kind of broad-based prohibition. It's almost like a moratorium. So we can't engage in that kind of effort. That's-
Sure, and I don't think that was certainly not my intent to imply that. I think the clarification that I was trying to make was that if we're in like sort of an in-between phase right now where there's outstanding permits that have been withdrawn and then are being treated as pre-existing and not net new, and therefore the new policy, if adopted, wouldn't be applicable. And so like that's the scenario that I'm trying to manage to. And correct me if I'm misunderstanding the timeline here, but the intent and the reason that I'm bringing this up is to have more clarity about at what point are we treating an application to the new standard and the existing standards.
Right. No, that's a good question. So I think there might be a little bit of confusion here because there's a class of permits where the applicant, in this case Crown Castle, agreed to toll the permit applications. So it's not that they were withdrawn, it's just they were paused. So then now some of them are being unpaused, so they're subject to the existing scheme. That's different from a withdrawn permit. And then a permit that is then submitted, permit application that's submitted, say, tomorrow, if the council adopts the policy, would be subject to the rules that exist at the time the permit is submitted.
Okay, so then in that case, if we're saying that withdrawn permits are then resubmitted and treated as new permits, then the existing policy will be applicable, and I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, and there was also one other piece with regard to what the Public Works Director said and this 50% threshold. I mean, that's not a codified requirement. It's something that staff and Crown Castle reached as sort of a mutual agreement. So it's not something that's legally enforceable. It's something that it was kind of an arrangement to give staff time to give Crown Castle time to work through some of these applications and deal with them before submitting a new batch. So it's not something that we could include in the ordinance or policy tonight.
Okay, well, thank you for the feedback.
Through the mayor. I've got a few questions and comments. The first was, I was going to ask about third-party review. Jay, I think you did a good job of explaining why you want that flexibility. So I guess I would just leave it at, I would encourage you to, as much time as possible, use third-party whenever possible to keep the city protected from any liability. You mentioned that we would be using a postcard, and then me being a lifelong, professional mailing guy, I looked at it and said, no, that's not a postcard. So that's a jumbo postcard, which I think you should put in your phrase, because a regular postcard is 4 1/4 by 6 and qualifies with a lower rate. So you want to refer this as a jumbo postcard going first class rate. That's the.
And this is why we have experts on the council.
Noted.
Sorry, but just.
Thank you.
I just don't, because like one of the ones you showed as like, we don't like it, was the tiny little postcard. And if you say a postcard, that's what they'll do. So jumbo postcard.
Done.
I also am concerned about the $565, what am I trying to say? Yeah, review cost. So I think I would like us to table that and, move forward with it for tonight, but I'd like us to table that, looking at that as a whole for the city and other applications as well. Because, one thing I did see, looking at the map of where all these have been approved, the majority of these installed towers are, for example, in North Central and North Shoreview, which are neighborhoods where they couldn't afford that fee. And speaking for my own household, I probably couldn't either. So I would like us to look at that. But again, I'm okay moving forward. I just think we should look at that as a whole for the whole city and all of our applications, to your point, Prasanna. I'm okay with giving the city public works director discretion on the noise for the acoustic analysis. And the only other comment I had was for the city attorney for Prasanna. Two things that actually were brought up were, is it possible to charge a higher application fee for sites that are deemed restricted, or is that not allowed?
Well, I wouldn't recommend changing, having different appeal fees for different areas of the city, because what it's tied to is the cost of providing the service, which isn't necessarily going to change depending on the area of the city.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The other question was the No Sellout Group was calling these the dirty 21 or the illegal 21. Is there any, and we've heard today from people that say there's one that's just 41 feet away from Sarah High School and people's houses. We've also had a person today talk about that his application has been pulled twice and is now up again. Is there anything we can do to rectify these ones that are kind of in this limbo status? Or is it just going to be, if those clear before, this is implemented, that is what it is?
Right, it's more the latter. It's, when was the application submitted? And when the application was submitted dictates what rules apply to that application. So if it was submitted for this group of applications, and perhaps our Public Works team has more information on those, when this group of applications was submitted, that it's not going to be subject to the new rules in this ordinance, because those rules didn't exist yet. You can't apply them retroactively.
Okay.
And I also want to provide some context on the 21 sites. Those sites have went to our ordinance or design standard and have been reviewed by staff and our consultants and is compliant to the ordinance and the design standard. The issue that we ran into is we didn't thoroughly go through the inspection process. Crown did not notify staff to go through that. So as part of that process, we want to make sure that they're safe and they're built according to what they had submitted. So that was originally the issue.
So we'll still be doing that inspection process for those sites?
Those sites have been inspected and approved.
Okay, thank you. Prasanna, was there anything else that Ariel spoke to that you think was of merit or that should be discussed?
Nothing springs to mind. I don't know if the Public Works folks have anything else to add.
Well, that concludes all my questions. I am comfortable moving forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, just one more clarification on the back and forth. And Matt, your very detailed response that talked about certain applications were told and they were untold, then they were withdrawn, then they were resubmitted. Now, withdrawn says to me that's different than told. So if a told application that then is untold, then it's withdrawn, then it's resubmitted. That sounds to me under what Prasanna was just saying, that maybe it's a new application. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the question, or I assume the bigger question in the context is, can we allow that new permit or, under the existing stop work notice? And I think that we're challenged to some extent. We'll be looking at it, but I think we're challenged based on the way the math works out now in terms of how many permits they've completed versus how many remaining permits they are with when we had that 50% number. I think when we had 180 permits, it was a clear issue that they wouldn't be able to submit anything until they got through 50%. But now that they canceled 130, I think they have completed more than 50% with the 21 that went through and got inspected and approved. So I think it may be challenging for us to argue that you are not allowed to submit this. And I think, as the city attorney said, that the QA/QC plan that they agreed to is not something that's in statute. It's something that we agreed to with Crown Castle, but it's not something that was a signed legally binding agreement. So whether or not we have the ability to hold them to any of that, I'm not sure, and the city attorney may have something to add to that. But I think we'll look at it in the context of these permits that were resubmitted. There were 2 of them that were resubmitted on Friday. We'll look at that in the context of the QA/QC plan and see if there's anything that we believe that we can go back to Crown and say that, hey, under the QA/QC plan, you agreed that you wouldn't submit these. We can look at that. We'll be looking at that, but I don't know whether or not what the outcome will be on that.
Well, I would strongly encourage you to, we've heard from Clark Drive, from Bob Kiss in the back, lots of people, yes, that it just, I mean, if I were them, maybe I'd be trying to find the way through the hole of the needle, but the eye of the needle, but really, I think it's endemic upon us to try our best to try and find a way to justify it. And I know you will.
Yes.
So please, I think everyone on this council would agree with that. And then in terms of the automatic versus discretionary use of a consultant, completely appreciate, Jay, why you want to have discretion. I guess I'm agreeing with Deputy Mayor and others that the default needs to be use them. And then if there is a reason because you don't think you need to, because you know the answer right off the top of your head, and that would just be silly or something like that. But the default should be to use them both from a liability perspective as well as from a, you've got the world raining down on you. Let's give people who have talent and ability and time that you have on call, let's take advantage of them because you've got lots of things to do. And then let's see. Yeah, and I think that at the appropriate time, I would love to come back in future and look at the fees because it's different to have a appeal of a development project versus an individual trying to appeal something. So I would appreciate that, but I think that's a broader context than we can deal with tonight. So I'd look forward to staff's recommendation on how we go about doing that.
So I can respond to that, Mayor. I would say that that'd be a blue sky item if the council wants to look at that. That's a major undertaking for staff if we were going to look at that item itself. And so, of course, it's council's prerogative, but how you value different appeals fees goes through the ethos of the value of the community too on certain areas and topics as well. So I'm just saying, if you're going to look at that, I would recommend that be as part of a blue sky item.
Well, then maybe I would go back and say, okay, that's probably not going to go to the top of my blue sky list, but is there an opportunity for us to come back after a certain period of time that this has been implemented and do like we did with the stormwater master plan or what you were working on? You came back after a certain period of time and said, here's what we've done and here's the impact. I mean, a lot of us don't know exactly what all this is going to do, but is there enough?
I think that's totally fine because then you are really focused on this item.
Yeah.
It's just when you open up to look at all appeals fees citywide, that's a massive undertaking.
That's fine. Then I think we were going toward the total fee based on what the city attorney said. So I'm thinking about this in terms of this entire policy, right? Because in 6 months, just like you learned in the past year, you want to do some things differently. Maybe in the next year, you're going to say, oh, we learned this. We want to change that.
I think that's totally fine. And so we can provide a council written update as to how effective it is a year from now, once it goes into effect.
Great. Okay. Well, then I am extremely appreciative to staff, to the community, to everyone, my fellow council members, and I am very much in favor of moving forward and approving this tonight.
Mayor, if I may interject. So I would just be clear in your motion whether or not you're going to include this slightly adjusted language in the acoustic analysis portion of the policy. And again, that language would be subject to, oh wait, hold on a second. I just had it right here.
Okay.
There we
Somebody's
go.
going to have to help me
It
with
would
that
say,
part.
subject to the discretion of the Public Works Director, the applicant shall submit an acoustic analysis, et cetera. This is on page, looks like 14 of the policy for those of you following at home. And then the second sentence would say, if required, the acoustic analysis must also include, et cetera, an analysis of the manufacturer's specifications and so forth.
Okay, whoever wants to make the motion, may just wish to say, as per the city attorney, so that we get it. I mean, I don't want to get it wrong.
Yeah, no, you could say the staff recommendation
Right.
with the amended language offered by the city attorney. That's fine.
Okay, great. Let's, hold on. Okay.
So. A couple things I wanted to make sure of, because I wasn't completely clear. Say, Crown Castle comes in with an application, there's an appeal, person writes a check for $565. They withdraw the application, but then come back with it later. Does somebody have to come up with another $565 if it's on the same poll? That should not exist if it's true.
I'm going to defer that to Tripp to see if he has some context to that.
It makes no sense. That would actually give a company
Funded it.
a very easy way to get around the appeal process.
I think if you don't actually hold the appeal, there's no reason to retain the appeal fee. Most
So
typically,
my suggestion would, if somebody withdraws their application, the check goes back to the person that made the appeal.
Before an appeal.
well, right. I mean, because the appeal wouldn't take place, so there's no reason to cash the check and deposit the money, because that appeal fee defrays just a portion of the cost of the appeal. The money would be returned if there's no appeal here.
And forgive the details, but there's a slogan in labor, when something goes wrong, well, it went through the cracks, but the people that get hurt when it falls through the cracks are the little people. So I just want to make sure that fees are returned. I wanted to also say that I'm very much in support of the Public Works Director doing acoustic analysis when they think it's necessary, and also having a third-party person. And again, I'm very concerned about what happens in the lower income neighborhoods. Let me give you an example. Grew up in a very poor neighborhood. We had a place we played, which was a little ravine. There were no parks around us or anything. All of a sudden, Owens Cornish started backing their trucks up and dumping their rubbish in there. So we lost a place to play because it was the lowest denominator where they could get rid of it. And nobody had the ability in my neighborhood or the funds to try to fix it. And at that time, there was really no process. That was long before Love Canal. So I'm very concerned about Crown Castle seeking the lowest level, like water, to get through. And so we've got to be vigilant of our neighborhoods that aren't as fortunate as other neighborhoods. And whether there's a conglomeration of these towers in those neighborhoods, I'd be very upset personally if that happens.
Okay.
Because I know from my own history that this stuff runs downhill. Okay, saying that, I would prefer 500 feet, but most of the people that came here tonight that would prefer it were happy with the 300. And if they're happy, I'm happy.
Okay, enough. Yeah. Are you finished? Okay. I think that the deputy mayor was going to be making a motion.
Through the mayor, sorry,
Yes.
one more clarification. I just wanted to clarify my previous answer that if you have an appeal that's submitted and the appeal fee is provided to staff, and then the applicant immediately withdraws their appeal, there's no staff work that's gone into the application yet. So in that case, then the appeal fee would just be returned. But on the other hand, if the application gets withdrawn, say the day of the hearing, that would be a different situation where staff will have already gone through the process of actually working on the appeal. So the appeal fee may not necessarily be returned in that situation. We'd have to look at the specific circumstances, and I don't know if Christina or Alex has anything further to add on that.
There shouldn't be a charge if they come back with the same application.
So we have had those situations in the past with our appeals. And typically, if staff has gone and done the work, the cost is incurred if it's the day of the hearing. So the hours are spent, the funds are gone because we're generally on an hourly basis. But for appeals, we don't do full cost recovery because the fee is not high enough. And so the funds are depleted by the time you get to the day of the hearing. And so if we wanted direction to do something different, I think we would need that direction to handle that differently for this case.
And I'll just add, I'll emphasize what the city manager just said, that if the council wishes to move forward with this policy and introduce the ordinance, it's a living document too. Like we're going to have to tweak and amend it sort of over the years, to respond to federal law, state law, court decisions, and also just in terms of how it gets implemented, what's working and what's not. And so, we talked about the appeal fee and coming back in a year and seeing how it's working. That doesn't apply to just the appeal fee. It applies to the entire regulatory scheme. So that's just something to keep in mind as you kind of get prepared to make your motion.
Yes.
So I'm assuming if we've already done the work on the appeal and they withdraw it on the day and then they come back again, that work's already done. So I'd hate to see somebody charged us over $1,100.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that it would be my hope and expectation, and I imagine staff may agree, that this new policy should help avoid situations like that occurring perhaps as often as they might have before the policy. One example would be that we're now asking for applications to make an exception case in their application. It would come with an alternative sites survey, and staff will, like, before we even get to the point where it's approved and appealed, right? There's some work that goes into ensure that the location selected out of like 300 feet in a restricted zone, for example, is seen to be the least in violation of our policy. If we get to that point, it's approved, and then there's an appeal. The appeal needs to be made strictly, related to the findings of the director and staff. If an applicant were to withdraw that and then reapply, I feel like they wouldn't. It would seem it would be harder for them to apply for like the same site, because if it were, although I guess if it were approved, that might be an issue. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Okay, so this is, I think as we've also, this is
So I
something
think
we're
we
gonna
can
be-
check in.
Yeah.
And provide an update.
Yeah.
As things
Great.
progress.
Okay, so.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion. Oh, sorry. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the wireless communication facilities and the public right-of-way ordinance and policy approval. I would make the one exception being the verbiage aforementioned by the city attorney. Can you please include that?
Yes,
Okay.
consider part of the motion.
So with that, I make a motion.
Second.
City Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And with that, we're going to take a brief bathroom break. Thank you all.
You want to extend the meeting too?
Yeah, well, we can get through this one first and then.
Okay, do we need to,
We're good right now. We'll get through this one first.
okay, all right. All right, our next item is item number 20, Senior Advisory Commission Ordinance Introduction. And we are going to hear from Director of Parks and Rec, Joanne McGreeny.
Good evening again.
I still love
Nice
that
to be
shawl.
back.
So nice.
This will be a short item for you all. So back on September the 16th, the City Council directed staff to update the San Mateo Municipal Code, Chapter 2.29. And so in addition to, sorry, I forgot to, of course, say one thing. The commission was formed in 1986 and the code has not been amended since it was adopted. So in addition to updating the name, there was an update to the meeting cadence as well. That is shown to be the second Monday of every other month at 4 p.m. And so simply just would like to introduce an ordinance to amend the Muni Code Chapter 2.29 Senior Citizen Commission to change the name of the commission to the Senior Advisory Commission and make other miscellaneous revisions.
Thank you very much. And I know there was a lot more that went into that than a couple of slides, so we really appreciate it. So do we have public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we've received one request to speak on this item. So that'll be 3 minutes per speaker.
Absolutely.
We'll invite Ellen Wang to come up to the podium.
Anyone who stays when everyone else is gone gets 3 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I thought that you would approve the name change before I spoke. So I'm just going to assume that you're going to approve the name change because that's what I've written here. I'm not going to rewrite it. We'll be here till who knows when. So anyway, I am now a senior advisory commissioner, I hope, after this evening. However, I speak as a resident of San Mateo, not on behalf of the commission. I believe with the possibility of the name change, the understanding of the commission's duties has been expanded from narrowly looking at the senior center programs and parks and rec programs for the seniors, but the lives of seniors in the city. So the commission has recently been invited to other commission meetings rather than have a PowerPoint presentation at our meeting from other commissioners. So we get involved sooner in any new policy or change of a program. In September, the Senior Advisory Commission was invited to a Parks and Rec Commission meeting regarding the restructuring of cost recovery and pricing. Then this month, we are invited to, and I am planning to go, and I hope some of the other commissioners will be going to the Community Relations Commission meeting where their annual community needs workshop is held, and also a second workshop on tenant protection policies. At both these meetings, we did or we can learn how these commissions are affecting the lives of San Mateo seniors. And we did, or we can, in 2 nights, provide feedback representing seniors. As the senior population continues to grow as a percent of the total San Mateo population, I thank the council for your recognition of the importance of the Senior, hopefully tonight, Advisory Commission in all its purposes. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Now, go ahead and approve it, please.
Let me then close public comment, bring it back to council. And who would like to start comment? Councilman
I'd
Brennan?
like to make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Second.
City Clerk?
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Just to clarify to the mayor, that motion was to introduce the ordinance, which will then be scheduled for adoption at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you for the clarification, City Attorney. And it was your eloquence, Senior Advisory Commissioner, that swung the day. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to move on to item number 21, wet weather preparations update. Our Public Works Director, Matt Fabry, is with us.
Do I need a motion to extend the meeting?
Okay, it's early yet, but sure.
Going past 11 o'clock.
Yep.
I'd
So,
put a stop time of 11:45.
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good to see you all again after a short break. I got a 45-minute presentation. Just kidding. I'm gonna do the turbo.
You know where the door is?
I'm going to do the turbo version of this presentation. Just wanted to give an update on where things are since I came in September in terms of wet weather preparation. So this is informational only. Happy to take any feedback. You've seen these slides before. I'm just going to hit on a few of these. One is I did want to highlight that we did have a meeting with the Marina Lagoon Ad Hoc Committee. Councilmember Hedges was there. Where we talked with them about a variety of things, including the analysis that was done by our consultant Schaffen Wheeler on alternatives to being able to pump below 95 feet that we've talked about in the past. And so we had good discussion and feedback with the group. We also gave them updates on where we are with just the lagoon pump station preparations, the storm drain master plan, our boat tour with the Army Corps that I also have things on. We also talked to them about Marina Lagoon maintenance dredging. So we did get feedback from our consultant that they recommend the most bang for our buck would be spent if we did the spot dredging at the mouths of Burrell Creek and Leslie Creek, which is the 19th and 16th Avenue channels. I talked about this last time in terms of, wondering why we wouldn't do Laurel Creek, where that's the most accumulation of sediment. But I think our consultant has good reasons for this. The Lagoon Ad Hoc Group agreed with that. And so we are moving forward in terms of trying to get this going so that we can try to get this done next year before October. We're continuing with our ongoing trash rack and trash device cleaning. So that's all ongoing. You've seen that before. These are some of our pump stations that we've cleaned out the wet wells. We have water walls stationed at near 42nd Avenue in case we had to close down that intersection at the undercrossing. We've got signs and everything ready to go on our trailers. We have one last engine that I mentioned before. We've ran into some procurement challenges with getting a new consultant or a contractor on board. There it is. And so we have a new contractor on board that's going to come out and help us with the maintenance, but we may have to put that on hold based on the weather that's forecast this week in terms of making sure that that engine's available. It still will work fine. We just have an oil leak on that. Otherwise, I did want to mention that, a couple months ago, we did have to replace the PLC, which is a programmable logic controller that controls things out there at the Laguna pump station. The Marina Lagoon pump station. So just cumulatively overall, I think we've invested probably $500,000 in this pump station with everything that we've done in terms of updating alarms and adding additional floats, new transducers, upgrading the engines. So there's been a lot of work that's been done out there. I think the station's in a much better position for going into the rainy season. We do have our 3 sandbag stations that we've talked about at Anchor Road by the Bay Trail, at the Courtyard, and at the Beresford Park parking lot. Staff continue to go on catch basin cleaning. We're still on the east side of 101, and they're continuing to move west. This is something that we have to sort of time a little bit to not do it too early with the leaf drop that we'd have to then go back and redo it again. So we're continuing to move forward on that. And then we have made progress on some of the localized small-scale drainage improvements. We've fixed 5 of our identified sites that staff had brought forward. We have cameras being procured right now. We've got 10 potential locations, and we expect to have 4 locations installed by the end of December, with the rest of them coming sometime thereafter. Storm drain master plan updates. We've got 27,000 lineal feet of pipe that's being evaluated with CCTV to examine the condition of a lot of our storm drain infrastructure. Then we're moving into updating our storm model and incorporating condition assessment of our pump station components into that. And we'll continue to move forward on that. And we did have a meeting with One Shoreline to discuss FEMA's community rating system program. They're offering some free help to agencies that want to try to progress in this program. And this is a program that you get reductions in flood insurance policy costs for your community if you implement, more and more progressive flood management measures. And so we'll continue to look at whether that's an option for us to help our community for the number of homes that still remain in flood zones. And we did have a Army Corps of Engineers visit where we toured the Marina Lagoon by boat, and we had several council members and the mayor, deputy mayor, and council member Hedges attended separate times. And we also had staff from Congressmember Mullen's office, Senator Padilla's office, Senator Becker's office, and Assemblymember Pappin's office. I think it was a great event. We got a lot of great feedback. We had a follow-up call with the Corps of Engineers the following week, and they've given us some good thoughts about next steps. And so we will be continuing to work towards getting a study funded in collaboration with the Corps. And that's all I have. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, as ever. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have not received any requests to speak on this item.
All right, thank you. Then I will close public comment, bring it back for questions, comments. One bite at the apple. Yes, sir.
I attended the meeting that was already stated by Matt. I think he's done a great job. One of the requests I'd like to make, the most impacted area of the southern part of the lagoon is almost all mudflats. And it's too large a chunk for us to use the temporary or the permits that we have now. So what I would like to request is, because people are really afraid of flooding there, that we have a camera at the south end so the city can easily view. Do you think that's doable, Matt?
Yeah, we heard that at the ad hoc group, and we're going to be looking at that in terms of whether there's a location out there that we could deploy a
I
camera.
really appreciate it. They've really had the brunt of all this, the south end. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Lorraine, do you have any comments?
I thank you through the mayor. I guess Director Fabry, I did just want to maybe, ask if you wouldn't mind going over what residents may want to do in preparation of like this week. We're hearing a big storm is coming. There's been some sharing through social media about our sandbag stations. But maybe just as a reminder, can we call, when would it be appropriate to call Public Works if they find some sort of issue? Would we need to escalate it in certain times to police or, and what, are we going to have one definitive city page for, during the time for people to report any issues that they may come across this week, for example?
Sure. So a few things. One is that during business hours, people can contact us at Public Works. They can either email us at publicworks@cityofsanmateo.org, or they can call us at 522-7300. So during business hours, there'll be somebody there to get your email or receive your call and dispatch it appropriately. After hours, typically our dispatch then rolls over to PD and they handle any Public Works related dispatch items. So people can still call our number. It will just roll over to PD, or they can call the non-emergency PD number after hours. So I recommend that people, if they have concerns about flooding or if they've had flooding at their house before, take advantage of the sandbag stations, get sandbags to be prepared. I recommend that people sign up on Nixle and SMC Alert. Those are the two systems that either you'll get emergency alerts through the countywide SMC Alert, or our police department uses Nixle. And so I recommend that people sign up with both of those. And I think the forecast for this week, yes, there looks like there's going to be potentially a strong atmospheric river. It looks like it's mostly going to impact areas north of the Bay Area, but we'll be watching that closely. And what I looked at today, that the rain amounts seem manageable. You know, we're going to be getting probably, you know, an inch or so on Wednesday and another inch plus on Friday, I think was what I saw, but we'll be watching that closely to see if any of the forecast shows that that atmospheric river shifts further south. Then we definitely want to pay attention to that. So we are going to be continuing to check in at a staff level, multi-departmental staff level on an ongoing basis. And if things, you know, as in 2023, if ever things got really, really bad, then we would probably potentially shift over to 24/7 operations in Public Works. And at that point, then we'd have our dispatch line would be open 24/7 if we ever did that. But we do have, if people want to search for flood preparation or storm preparation on our website at cityofsanmateo.org, they can find our page that has recommendations on things that people can do in addition to what I've outlined.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. No further questions at this time.
Excellent. Councilmember Lee, do you have any comments?
Yeah, that was just more or less my line of questions. I was just wondering, are we, do we have a standardized communication strategy that will be proactively reaching out to community about flood preparation and resources, encouraging them to, you know, take these steps? Is that, are we, you know, do we have a communication plan for these kinds of scenarios when we're anticipating an atmospheric river?
So similar to last year, what we'll do is the same kind of, you're able to recycle those messages. And
Right.
so we'll go ahead and we'll re-implement that strategy through the winter season. Additionally, Director Fabric, because he's being short, concise, to the point, we're also going to be having regular meetings with the departments again this year, so that they're all keeping informed as to how we approach, you know, updated storms as they come. I believe it's going to be what, weekly you're doing, or every other week, Matt?
Yeah, we'll probably be setting up at least weekly. We may do twice weekly, was what we're doing last rainy season. So we could check in on Monday at the beginning of the week to see what's forecast, and then check in on Thursday to make sure that we're prepared for anything that might come over the weekend.
Right.
And then communicate out appropriately.
Can I just make a request that we also share our communications with school districts as another channel?
Yeah.
Just to get as broad reach as possible.
Sounds great.
Deputy Mayor.
Just to reiterate, just want to make sure that we're doing public noticing. Also wanted to ask, I think you covered this, Matt, but the sump pumps on the 42nd underpass have both been checked for health, and they're both.
Yes, station's been inspected and cleaned.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks for a great presentation.
Great. And my question is, what was the reaction when the school district, you went to them saying, can we work with you to do a North Central sandbag station?
They haven't responded again to my request, so it's been.
So how can we advance that, City Manager?
We're meeting with them actually next week. So
Right. Can that be on the agenda?
Deputy Mayor Newsom and I will raise their attention.
Thank you very much. That seems like a wonderful partnership opportunity for them. That's my only question. So thank you very much for the update, and good luck to all of us. Yes. All right. Now we're going to move on to item number 22, City Manager, City Attorney, Deputy Department Head, and Deputy Director Compensation Plan Amendment. And Abby, where are you?
I'm actually
All
gonna,
right.
city manager's gonna just do it.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, good evening, Mayor, council members, Alice Kojiki, City Manager. The item before you this evening is the Executive Compensation Plan. I know that we're working up the slide deck here, but the Executive Compensation Plan covers department heads, deputy directors, the city attorney, and city manager. So we can keep moving the slide forward. Next slide. So I'll be going through each of the different groups to really provide just what the amendments are, or what we're recommending this evening. So first is a 3% COLA effective November 24th. And then what we're also looking at is over the next 2 years, doing 3% COLA. So over a 3-year period, looking at 3% annual COLAs. for department heads. Specifically, we also did a salary survey of all the department heads and deputy directors in this group, and any department heads or deputy directors who were at total compensation median, we looked to make sure that we get them to total compensation median. That has been the overall strategy for the entire organization. And so with that, with this group, we have a 5.9% equity adjustment for the Director of Information Technology. There are others who were might be under total compensation median, but they might have been within that 3%. We utilize that 3% COLA to get everyone to total compensation median as part of that. So in this instance, the Director of Information Technology was out about 8.9% under total compensation median. So that's why you see a 5.9% adjustment. Also looking at 32 additional hours of executive leave. Right now it's 48 hours, and we're one of the lowest cities with executive leave at 48 hours. Typically you'll see cities ranging between 80 to 160 hours. And so this would allow for department heads. And then there's just adjustment languages and deferred compensation and retired health savings account, RHSA section, meaning that when you separate from the city, you might, not retire with the city, and the RHSA is a retired health savings account item. Right now, the way it's written, that monies, you can't take the paycheck out for your vacation hours. It goes right into the retired health savings account. And so it's still the same amount. It just is, you could have it as compensation, basically, for your hours that you had of vacation, rather than having it wait for retired health savings account down the line when you retire. Next slide, please. So now this is the deputy directors. It's pretty much all very similar. The one equity increases for the deputy director of finance, and that's 2%, because they were the position was 5% on their total compensation median. And then the one other thing is you don't see the executive leave here in this because they already have the executive leave can be granted by the department head up to 80 hours, whereas the department heads didn't have that. So that's why we didn't add that here at the same time. Next slide, please. And then for the compensation plan amendments for the city attorney and city manager, it's the 3% COLAs it's a 3% COLA for this current year. And then you're looking at the two other 3% COLAs for year 2 and 3 as well. This is part of the agreements that both the city attorney and city manager have. And then just the same adjustment with the RHSA account, allowing that basically flip into if the city attorney or city manager depart the city, they could take their vacation hours as payment instead of having it move forward to the RHSA account. And I believe that concludes the presentation. One big thing, there is no budget impact. So we have budgeted the 3% COLAs all the way through over the next 3 years. That's what we plan in our forecast when we do a 10-year, well, at least the next 5-year forecast that we have. 10 years, it gets a little hairy and harder to do, but we plan in 3% COLAs over the next 3 years into our overall budget. And that was also adopted by the council back in June as part of the budget that it already anticipated a 3% cost of living adjustment. So this concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. I have a great team that's on virtually if need be, if I don't have the answer.
Thank you very much. That was eloquent. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, there are no requests to speak on this item.
All right, thank you very much. I'll close public comment, bring it back to council.
I'd like to adopt a resolution to amend the compensation plan. Do I have to read the whole thing?
Second.
I have a question.
Yeah, hold on.
Ask a question.
Yes.
How do we compare? So I guess I'd like to understand what's executive leave and how that compares to family leave, PTO, vacation, et cetera. And then how do we compare with the other types of leave? Are we also short on those, or is this just an anomaly? Like we're low on executive leave, but maybe we do better with vacation paid time off, for example.
So the way that executive leave works out is because executive leadership, they have to work many hours, nights and weekends, and aren't compensated for it, whereas other staff within the organization either get comp time and a half, or overtime at the same time for this. This is basically in lieu of understanding that you're working basically 24/7 in these positions and you're out in the community. And so when you really look at just overall, the amount of hours that staff actually puts in is well over the current, I believe, 48 hours that are there. And so I'm trying to close the gap compared to the other agencies. Now, in terms of vacation, it's based on the amount of years of service that you have. And so I believe it's I'll have maybe Abby and these guys jump in, but usually it's at 5-year increments of where it triggers, each new, an additional week as you go through an organization. Your other question was on what other leaves?
That was it. Just, I mean,
Okay.
when you look at leave and paid time off and bereavement and all these things, normally you look at it across the board as, how much do they get in that position for everyone, as opposed to we're looking at this just as executive leave. So I just was curious
What that was.
and then like how we compare, if we're on par with everything else, then it's not so much of a question.
So Abby's on our screen. I don't know, Abby, if you have anything to add on leaves.
Well, I guess I just wanted to clarify that in general, the other leaves are fairly comparable. Oops, am I coming through? So the vacation is fairly comparable to the other leaves, but that's really what we're talking about is the vacation, the holiday, and then this executive leave.
And even bereavement leave is across the organization too. Nothing changes.
Okay. That's it. Just wanted to, thank you.
And Abby, you still have your interim human resources director.
No, I was noticing that too, that we need to update that.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions are fine? All right, then I think there's a motion. and a
Second.
I seconded it.
City Clerk.
I don't care.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Hedges,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorraine,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Diaz-Nash.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And now we're on to reports and announcements. Who has a report or an announcement they would like to share?
I have 2 or 3 things. I know it's late. Please bear with me. So first of all, I want to compliment our police department once again. I went on a ride along with Jimmy, Rory, and Jay over Friday night. I can't emphasize how kind they were to people. We had a guy who had just gotten out of jail in Monterey who was stranded somehow. It's a little confusing how he got there at the community college. On the way up, the officer told me it's going to be very difficult this late at night. It was 45 degrees. He wanted a warm bed. And they really looked hard, and they, that late at night, found him a spot. We had 4 young women that blew by us on Norfolk and ran a stop sign.
Whoops.
And he pulled them over. They took left on Rand. He pulled them over, and they were a little frightened, but he was very nice to them. And he said, "Why are you guys doing that?" "Well, she's late getting home for her curfew." Thought it was precious. And so anyway, he didn't give him a ticket, but he did tell him, "You're in the system. Do it again, and the officer will know it." Yeah. And early on in the night, there was a fellow that was approached by the police because of his actions and activities. And he gave them a false name, which I've been on ride-alongs where that's happened in the past. And they were able to figure out who he was. Turns out he was on a felony warrant, $25,000 warrant out of Marin County. So I got to go down and sit in the tombs waiting for the officer to come out after they booked him. So that was an experience. So I just, there were just many occasions where I was just so happy we have the police department we have. The other thing I wanted to talk about was there's a program in November every year put on by the Propeller Society and supported by the Maritime College and Vallejo. A lot of stuff on sea level rise. It's an all-day program. There was a person from Public Works last year there. I was the only elected there, which I thought was unfortunate. Really good. There was a lot of good information. One of the things that I want to find time to talk to Alex about is a new process of osmosis to take salt out of water that doesn't require using a lot of energy. And with our new sewer system and our new sewer plant, we're going to have a lot of clean water, but it's too salty to use on vegetation. If we could employ something like that and at least work with Estero, because there's a tremendous amount. Well, our Estero's made everybody divide their water for irrigation and their water for drinking, have two different inlets. So it'd be very easy to run a blue pipe up Mariners Island all the way through Foster City for a ton of developments to get them reclaimed water. And so the third thing I want to talk about, and probably the most difficult to talk about tonight, just bear with me. I'm very concerned with what's going on with our county sheriff. This issue is a city issue because we help fund the sheriff's office, and they're actually an adjunct to our police department. We actually use the services of the attorneys there for much of the stuff we do. They work with our city, and they're investigators. I know that because I went through the Police Community Academy for the police, and that was one of the issues we had one night. They also police several of our smaller cities, and in that part, in those smaller cities, when there's an issue that brings in somebody who's running or is also part of a San Mateo issue, we work with the sheriffs there. So all of their work is entwined with us. And so what's going on in the sheriff's department is a big issue for our police department. And talking with Ride along with some of our police officers on Friday night, they showed some concern too. I talked to them about it. So I would like to propose a resolution to support the investigation, not to take sides, but to support the investigation of the San Mateo County Sheriff and her department by the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, up to and including by the District Attorney's Office and by the grand jury. And Alex had raised some issue that if we do this resolution at the next meeting, that's our big grand finale for the year and changing the guards. So we could hold it off till January, but I'd like support from at least 2 other council members to do a resolution like this.
If I could interject here, so briefly, so I don't recommend doing this, chiefly because the city has no authority or control over the county of San Mateo, including the sheriff's department. And I'll just leave it at that, but this is not a course of action I would recommend for the city council.
In responding to that we're not taking a side. We're not telling them what to do. We're just supporting the actions that they've undertaken.
So does anyone else have a report or announcement? Councilmember Lorraine?
So I appreciated the advice from our city attorney on this matter. And at this time, for that reason, feel that I'm not necessarily in support of a resolution coming forth from the city council at this time. I think a number of us, frankly, have been reading the news and are concerned with what we're reading, and we can give individual opinions outside of the dais to this effect, and I guess that is currently my preference.
Thank you.
I don't see any nodding heads, so I understand I think, but I would take a firm position that I support what's going forward. And the sooner it's resolved, the better for everybody in this county.
I think I'm in the same boat as what you just said, Rich. I think I'd like to be on record as supporting them through the process, but I don't think it's maybe in our bailiwick to take it on as a resolution.
Right. And I would like to add on to that and just say that I want to state my personal strong, unwavering support of the Board of Supervisors in calling for the resignation of Sheriff Christina Corpus and for referring the report of retired Judge Ladoris Cordell to the San Mateo County District Attorney for investigation. I do it very sadly, but with a strong voice. I believe Judge Cordell's independent report highlighted, quote, lies, secrecy, intimidation, retaliation, conflicts of interest, and abuse of authority, unquote, in the sheriff's office. The resignation of the entire sheriff's office command staff underlines the lack of trust in the sheriff, unfortunately. And we often talk together about how important it is for ethics to drive our actions as elected officials. This is an opportunity to walk the walk, I believe. What was detailed in Judge Cordell's report was the opposite of ethical or moral behavior. If we don't call this behavior out, we normalize it. So I believe Sheriff Corpus should resign immediately, and I'm saying that on my own accord.
Well, as somebody who's been arrested and handcuffed on at least 25 occurrences, simply trying to talk to workers, the company's using the police as a lever to get me away from their employees because they're afraid of what I have to say. I take really strong reaction to arresting the president of their union.
Absolutely. Councilmember Lorraine.
Through the mayor, I do appreciate the comments given by my fellow council members on this, and frankly do wish to take this opportunity to mention that I personally support the action of the Board of Supervisors in bringing this item to the district attorney, bringing it to and sort of their follow-up actions and considering going to the civil grand jury and beyond. So I'll just add that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do you have any other comments? No?
Sure. Well, two other things. One, we did have the declaration today, but just want to encourage everyone to shop local for Small Business Saturday and the entire last week of the month. Two, we had people talk about train noise, and we had it kind of addressed, but I will be following up with the city manager about that. And lastly, I just wanted to wish everyone a great Thanksgiving. So thank you.
Thank you. And given that this is the last official meeting of two of our colleagues, would just like to say I am very appreciative of their service and look forward to a...
I'm going to have this pencil bronzed.
There we go. That's it. That's absolutely it. Yes, sir.
I apologize. I did have some super brief extra reports and announcements. I just wanted to mention I agreed and appreciated some comments earlier from Michael Reagan on 101 Connect. There is indeed a survey going on from the SMCTA, and I was trying to see if I could bring up their cool, easy to use URL so that I could shout it out. I wanted to say it was, Active. Is it Active 101? It could be. I think it is. So if you go to smcta.com/SMCactive101, I believe that is what you want to do if you want to participate in this survey. I am pretty sure that is right. Is that right? Okay, the deputy mayor says it's right. I feel like
must be.
We'll make sure to share it on all our social media platforms.
Yeah.
We have thousands of people.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I did just want to note that some of the projects outlined in there for consideration include the Hillsdale Bike Ped Bridge, effectively, from Saratoga to Norfolk, and other San Mateo projects are there. So yes, thank you. I also just wanted to mention that I happened to attend the last HOPE IAC meeting as representative for the city of San Mateo. And I did get to tour the Navigation Center in Redwood City, as I felt like part of an extension of that work, and I really appreciated the opportunity. It's an amazing asset, and would recommend if anyone gets the opportunity, and I think you could reach out to Sarah Fields at Life Moves, and we are familiar with Sarah. She was able to help me align with a tour that was going on, and so I got to take it. And it's one thing to attend these meetings and get a sense of the services provided for folks it's quite another to walk in the center and understand what a high quality asset we have in this center. So I did just want to thank Sarah and those other members of County HSA who allowed me to hitch a ride with others for a tour. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think at 11:24, we can call this meeting adjourned.
All still within one day. Yep. Continue our trend. I'm ending the same day we started.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.